just not good enough for you. Let me think for you, and it feels like we can talk it through. You can hear me, I came back for you, 'cause you need me. You don't see what's best for you, what's best for you. What's best for you?
Good morning, everyone! It's gonna be another beautiful stream. Okay. I just had to do that. Anywho, hi guys! Welcome. Welcome back. How is everybody doing? I'm glad you guys are here. I hope you guys are ready for some more Danganronpa. I know I'm ready. I'm excited. Should have maybe a murder to solve. Anyway, again, guys, I've never played this. Lancelot, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. um, but as a reminder, I have never played this game before. I have never seen a playthrough of this game before, so I have no idea what's coming. It is a murder mystery, so I'm assuming there's going to be death. I don't know how graphic the game shows bodies that we might find. I don't actually know any of that. So please, please just take care. And if you have to dip out for any reason at all, know that I understand and that's totally okay. Look after yourself first. It's great. What's great? All right. So you will have to inspect. Oh no. Okay. So let me, so I don't know if it's gonna save my audio settings from the last time, so be prepared. It might be a little loud when I open the game. There we go. We're gonna move to this. Game capture to this. And then, hi Yamanaka. Oof. This is totally maxed out. Ow. And now I gotta get it to show up on stream. Oh, come on. I know you will capture it because you've captured it last time. Hi, Jenna. Welcome. All right. Hold on. I need to see what is happening. Yeah, that's what I thought. Why is it not capturing? No, come on. All right. Come on. Capture the game. You've done it before. For now, you guys just get to look at me and what if we do this? No. Ah! Oko, thank you for the 50 bits. You did make it this time. I'm having issue getting OBS to actually capture the game. Come on, OBS. Why are you being a pain in the butt today? Also, I think I forgot to turn on closed captionings. There we go. Why is it on there twice now? Ah, there it goes. Beautiful. Beautiful. Wait, I hit the right thing, right? I think so. I hope so. Okay. How does audio sound, guys? No audio. Means I turned it down too far in OBS. Alright. How about now? Oh, hold on. Why is that so loud? Still don't hear audio? A little too loud. Okay. And there. I gotta, okay. I love having to mess with audio stuff. We already saw this. I'm hoping I hit load game instead of start new. Uh-oh, I think we started new. Hold on. Yeah, because we've already done all this. Hold on. I did! Dang it all. Hold on. Yeah. I know how to do all this. I need to go back. Ugh, hold on. I might have to wait till we're done with the cutscene. Yep. We know you. I hit the wrong thing. Sorry, chat. Hang in there. How long is this opening cutscene again? Alright, fine. We're just gonna close out and reopen it. We'll just do that. I did hit escape and it brought up that other menu. I have one new item in my inventory. No way. Okay. Let's try this again. Ugh, now I gotta go through game capture issues again. Oh, no, never mind. This game is really long? Alright. Fair enough. Alright. This time, I won't mess up, I promise. I'm okay with a really long game. Aha! Thank you, C. Okay. Load game. You're right. I went up one. Yes. Continue. Yes. Alright. Let's go. Oh yeah. We just found the box of videotapes. You're playing this game yourself off stream? No worries, Jenna. You go and enjoy this game on your own. I appreciate you lurking and just stopping by. I'm enjoying this game. I really am. Alright, so we just found the box of cassette tapes, and everybody watched theirs. So now we get to talk to all the people and figure out what they found. Might as well start with you. I don't remember any of the voices except for Monokumo's and the one fashion girl. That's it. So, sorry if they don't match. What was in your video, Taka? I saw! Sorry, it's gonna take me some time to figure out how to put it into words. Alright, that's fair. Chihiro?
What should I do?
Everyone's really upset. I mean, how could anyone be calm right now? Why? How could something like this even exist? I just don't understand. I don't. To be able to do something like that. It's because they really are the murderous fiend? Alright, that didn't tell us anything. Sakura? I'm sure others have told you this, but you're in for a ride of your life? Yeah. I'm ready. I'm excited and ready. Ah. What was in your video, Sakura?
I'm sorry.
My family. But I'm not upset by what I saw. If you're overpowered, you must accept your death. That is the way of my family. That's a harsh, well, harsh, kind of straightforward. Okay.
Damn.
But still, I refuse to believe they will lose so easily. How? Alright. Kyoko? What was in your video, Kyoko?
Wow.
Why should I tell you? Rude. Alright. Hifumi? Was in your video, Hifumi?
So it would seem.
Before you go asking someone else, it's only polite that you say what you saw first, don't you think? Well, Why are you covering your ears?
Yes, indeed.
If I don't hear yours, I don't have to say mine. It's the art of see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. I mean, that's fair. I don't think that's how it works. So nobody wants to talk about what was in their video? Hiro? Hey, Makoto, these videos are some kind of hoax, right? Right? I want to think so, but...
What the heck?
What? What the hell, man? This is all one big lie. It has to be. Ugh. Alright. I think you're starting to come out of your delusion. That's nice. Also, I'm not playing with my controller this time, so I should probably plug that in because I don't know how to scroll over without it. Hold on. 1 sec. 1 second. Nope. Hold. Come. Plug. There you go. And made a fun face with camera. Okay. And that's it. That's all the people. All right. Where did everybody else go? We'll look at the box again. Nope. Nothing different with the box. Okay. Ow! What are you doing, Peanut? That's what I thought. No. There's gotta be something else that we have to do, right? Maybe not. Because there are no other people here. We've talked to all these people. I just gotta talk up to them again. Alright, Taka. Nope. Same dialogue. Alright. I guess that's all we're gonna get. Where could she have gone? She can't have gone far. I should check around the school. Oh yeah. What's her face left? I don't remember anybody's names anymore. Hold on. Let's do a review. Okay. We're Makoto, Taka, Yakuya, Mondo, Leon, Hifumi, Hiro, Sayaka. That's who we gotta go find. Kyoko, Aoi, Toko, Sakura, and Celeste, and Junko, and Chihiro. Pino, why do you keep nipping my finger? Okay. Let's go find Sayaka. Stop biting my finger! What do you want? Huh? What do you want? Sorry, chat. There's a peanut in my lap and she keeps nipping on my finger. Oh, right. Well, there's Leon. Hello, Leon. I'm not gonna tell you, and that's all there is to it! What? I'm not gonna tell you. No way. Hell no. No way in hell.
You...
Peanut wants my attention. Yeah. She's probably upset because I took a nap instead of cuddling with her and she didn't get any attention. You're all acting all nice, so we'll tell you what you want to hear. You can't fool me.
What the hell?
Damn it! How did the hell did they get footage of that? Okay, Leon. And
Stop! I'm trying to play the video game.
look. You're gonna sit down, lie down, and behave, or I'm going to put you up somewhere else. Don't look away from me when I'm talking to you. Goofy cat. Well, lie down. I have to go find the girlfriend. Sort of. Maybe. In the gym? Hi, Bree! Welcome, welcome. Nope, we found Junko.
But more important.
Hey, Makoto. Aren't you, like, super curious what's in everyone's videos? I mean, I can't say I'm not curious. Right? I could totally tell. But does that mean you're gonna tell me what was in yours? Who knows? It all depends what kind of mood I'm in, you know? I don't think she's gonna tell me. Alright. Nobody else here. That's still locked. Hi, Lycrath. Enjoy the lurk. Thanks for stopping by. Oh. Howie. Where'd Sayaka run off to? Anyway, that video was pretty convincing. I almost thought it was real. But it's fake, right? It's gotta be. I'd like to believe that, but if it was real. Yeah. Alright. Gotta go this way. Do the lurky lurk. Nope. Okay. We'll go talk to you, and then we'll go check the dining hall. What was in your video, Celeste? Huh? Oh, it is you. You really want to know, don't you? That smile. It's strangely scary.
Is that okay?
There are many, many things in this world you are better off not knowing, don't you think? I suppose. Hello. Bill is a buff man. Nice. Welcome to the stream. Thanks. Oh yeah, thank you for the follow. Why did I not hear notifications? Did you guys hear a notification for that? And hello, Pano. Please tell me they're at least working for you. Alright, there's nobody in the dining hall. You saw the notif? Okay. Did you hear the notif? Alright. Oh wait, I forget this laundry room is here. We haven't been in here yet. It is the gnome. Heard no notif. I wonder if it's because I have to turn OBS down kind of far. Because the game is so loud. Washing machine. Not surprising. This is the laundry room after all. Okay, fair. Oh, I found a coin. Yeah, that might be it. No, that's not what I... Okay, fair enough. A vending machine. It's always nice to have a drink while your laundry gets done. Fair. Okay. There's nobody in here. She probably just went back to her room, right? That's Toko. Did I walk past it? I did. Maybe Sayaka's in her room. Sayaka? No answer. I guess I'll have to keep looking. What? Oh, I didn't talk to Mondo. Those are just rooms. In the gym? I was in the gym. Wasn't I? Yeah, I went into the gym. Who was in the gym? Classroom? There's a classroom? Oh, we can go in these rooms now. Okay. She's not in this one. I didn't think we could actually go in here. There she is. Oh, she does not look okay. Sayaka might need a hug, guys. I found her in one corner of an empty classroom. She was sitting in a chair, hands on her knees, staring absently at the floor. She's fine. Yeah, I'm sure. She looked like maybe she was upset, or angry, or... no. She didn't have any expression at all. There was nothing on her face that you could call emotion. It was as if her original mask had been stripped away. Sayaka? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Actually, no, how could I possibly be fine? What did we do to end up like this? Why are they doing such terrible things to us? I want out! Let me out of here right now! See, fine. Sayaka, calm down. As she thrashed around, I grabbed her by the shoulders. I understand. I know how you feel right now. When I think what might have happened to my family... But now, more than ever, we have to stay calm. This is exactly what they want. They want us to lose our composure and stop thinking rationally. Think about it. Those videos have to be fake. Because if those things really had happened, people out there would be in an uproar. Our families, the police, everyone. Right? Those are the words of someone who's totally fine. Yeah. I'm impressed on how well we're kind of holding it together. So let's just calm down, okay? Otherwise, we've already lost. I knew I was trying to convince myself just as much as her. I kept repeating those words to myself to clear away the images that had been burned into my brain. Be calm, okay? Just be calm. As long as we work together, I'm sure we can find some way out of here. And help might even come before that. But what if there isn't a way out? What if help never comes? If that happens, then I'll get you out of here myself, no matter what it takes. Wow. Look at us. When I said that, I paused. I had no idea what had come over me.
Sayaka?
Please, help me.
Her voice was small and shaky.
Why? Why is this happening to me? To kill or be killed? I just can't take this anymore.
Sayaka.
Finally, she raised her face up from my chest. She looked at me with those big, wet eyes of hers.
Makoto.
Can I believe what you said? Huh? That you'll help me get out? No matter what it takes? Absolutely.
Makoto.
You're the only one I can trust, so please. Why do I feel like we're being emotionally manipulated here?
No matter what happens, please always be there for me. I need you on my side.
AKA Egg Boy. Huh? Of course I'll be there for you. No matter what, I'm always on your side. I mean, you are my assistant after all.
Makoto.
Thank you, Makoto. Hearing you say that, I feel like I can keep going. I can get through this, as long as you're here with me.
'Cause I'm your assistant.
Like you said, I'm your assistant. The smile I'd come to know so well returned to her face. It felt a little forced, but still, it was a huge improvement over how she was before. It's standing up! Kya! Makoto is standing up! What? Wait, what? Standing up?
Come on.
Do you even have to ask? Your flag. Oh my god. No, Monokuma. Shame. Get the hell out of here. That's what I want to say. No, I want to join in. Damn it. Well, if you won't leave, then tell us what the hell is up with those videos. It's about to come out. Wait. Hold on. I don't know if I want to keep reading this. Okay, you are a teddy bear. That makes sense. I'm not reading these. I balled up my fist, took aim, and swung as hard as I could. I had never put so much energy into a single motion before in my life. Yeah? I leaned back, channeling all my power, and let go with everything I had. Kua! Are you okay? If I hadn't avoided your punch, you would have just violated school regulations. But boy, are you slow! I could have downed $1,000 full course dinner in the amount of time it took you to finish your swing. Your speed, agility, alertness, passion, boldness, sense of despair, antagonization, it's all lacking. Fuck. What the heck was that just now? He just wanted to mess with us. Well, for now, you want to just head back? Yeah. Monokuma had come along and swiftly destroyed the good mood we'd just created. Sayaka and I headed back to the dorms. Oh gosh. You should get some rest, Sayaka. You still look pretty shaken.
Sorry.
I'm sorry for making you worry about me. You're right. I'm going to lay down for a bit. With a nod and a small bow, she disappeared into her room. Now, on my own, I headed off to tell everyone that Sayaka was okay. Once that was done, I decided to go back to my room. It was hard to think after watching that deranged video. I needed some rest of my own. You would, Pano. Jeez. Seriously, what's going on here? There's just so many problems. I can't even decide what the biggest problem is. That we're trapped in here? That what I saw in that video might be real? Monokuma? What the mastermind has in store for us? Or are we our biggest problem? I want to get out of here, but I could never kill someone. Do the others all feel the same? Yeah, that's definitely the biggest problem right now. I would say so. Hello? Huh? It's nighttime. When I opened my eyes, they darted immediately to the clock. It's almost 10 o'clock. I fell asleep without even realizing it. Nighttime's about to start. So how come someone's here? Can we pick up this sword? No. Alright. That's fair. Oh, Sayaka. I'm really sorry to come by so late. Sayaka? Alright. No. Get over there. Yeah. Nah, Monokuma is no threat. Monokuma is our best buddy, just like how Yama is. Yama, are you prepared to make us all murder one another? Are you holding us captive here in chat? Oh, I think that's me. Sayaka, what are you doing out so late? That's when I noticed. Her body was trembling. Is everything okay?
It was so strange.
Sorry to bother you, but something really weird just happened. Oh shoot. Why? Yes. Something weird?
Makoto.
Just a little while ago, I was laying down in my room. And all of a sudden, my door started rattling and shaking. Her voice sounded like all the air had been squeezed out of her lungs. Just hearing her talk made me tense up. Yamanaka wants peace. See, Pano, you're just paranoid. No.
I was so scared.
It was like someone was trying to force the door open. My door was locked, so they couldn't get in, of course. But they started shaking the door harder and harder. I was so scared, I couldn't even move. So what happened? After a while, it just stopped. I let some time go by, then I got up and opened the door to check outside.
Makoto.
But there was nobody there. Someone tried to force their way into your room? But who would do something like that?
I mean,
It's not like I'm suspicious of anyone here, but still, it makes me nervous. What if something like that happened in the middle of the night? What would I do then? You don't have to worry about that, right? I mean, we can't go outside during nighttime. But that's just a promise we made, right? If someone decides to break that promise, then why don't you stay in my room tonight? Would that make you feel a little better? Makoto.
Huh?
What? All it said in the school regulations was that we had to sleep in the dorm rooms, right? It didn't state specifically which room each person had to sleep in, so...
Hey,
But two people sharing one room is, you know... Ah! Oh, jeez, I'm sorry, I didn't even think about that. Honestly, that didn't even cross my mind. Mm-hmm. No, I know, me neither. It's not like I mind the idea, but... if you don't mind, could we maybe switch rooms? Just for tonight? Switch rooms? If it'll help you put your mind at ease, then it's totally fine with me. But I don't mind you staying in my room, but are you sure you're okay with me staying in yours? That doesn't, like, concern you? It's fine. I trust you. In that case, then. Oh.
This is a school announcement. It is now 10 p.m. As such, it is officially nighttime. Soon the doors to the dining hall will be locked, and entry at that point is strictly prohibited. Okay then. Sweet dreams, everyone. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Man, it's already nighttime? Okay, so it's settled. I'll head to your room right now. Oh, if we're gonna trade rooms, we'd better trade keys too. Ah, that's right. We'll have to trade keys. Again?
like I said, I'm psychic.
Huh? Aren't you gonna say you were just kidding? What if I wasn't just kidding? Something resembling a smile had made its way to her face. Thank goodness. It looks like she's already started to get back to normal. Pano is sus. Always. Okay, we'd better trade keys then.
Okay.
Yep, let's do it. We exchanged keys, and when I looked back up at her again, there was another worried expression there. Makoto, please be careful. If someone comes to the door, don't open it, no matter what. I won't. The same goes for you, Sayaka. No matter who it is, don't open your door for anyone. Even if I'm sure it's you, I absolutely won't open it. Otherwise, what's the point of even switching? Oh, by the way, just so you know, my bathroom door tends to get stuck. There's a little trick to opening it. You have to turn the knob, then lift up on the door while you pull it out. Just do that and the door should open no fine? No problem. Half an hour nap seems to have done me very badly for words. I can't English hard, bad. Okay, but the showers still work during nighttime anyway, right? Oh, that's right. I totally forgot. But I guess I might use it when I get up in the morning, so thank you. Okay, well, I'd better get going. See you tomorrow, Sayaka.
Hey,
Oh, and what I said before? When I said I was psychic? It really was a joke. Honestly, I'm just very perceptive. Yeah, I know. Good night then. See you in the morning. Sayaka gave me one last parting smile, and I headed off to my room. I looked around as soon as I got out into the hall. Everyone else's doors were closed. There was no sign of life. Good. There's nobody here. Making sure nobody was around to spot me, I rushed into Sayaka's room. So this is Sayaka's room. It really doesn't look any different from mine. It smells nice, though. If I remember right, all the girls' private bathrooms have locks on them. I'm a little reluctant to go in. That's fair. My room came with a toolkit, but Sayaka has a sewing kit, just like the note said. Big hair man is psychic. 30% accurate is pretty good. It's not bad. And next to it is the map of the body's vital organs. Well, shit. It's kind of weird to dig through other people's trash, but I couldn't help taking a quick peek. There wasn't any doubt about it. It was the DVD with her name on it that we'd found in the AV room. That reminds me, I never did get a chance to find out what was in her video. But it's probably best if I wait till she brings it up again. I don't think Sayaka would like me snooping around too much. I should probably go to bed soon. Alright. As I lowered myself onto Sayaka's bed, a pleasant fragrance enveloped me. Sayaka's scent. I was gonna say, is it the scent of chloroform? Maybe it'll bring me some sweet dreams. Feeling a little bit better than before, I fell asleep. Imagine you're all in a big spaceship in the middle of an intergalactic adventure. Sweet dreams are made of this. You've heard of Noah's Ark, right? We're sort of like that. We've set sail and left Earth behind. Here, you don't have to worry about crazy neighbors, corrupt cops, drunk drivers, or pyromaniacs. You don't have to worry about the ozone layer or asthma-inducing air pollution. Corey is not corrupted? What? Wait, who said... Oh. Pano? No. And, of course, you don't have to stress about studying for finals or practicing for the big game. But... Oh, shit. I didn't tell you. You know what? No, we're not going there, Pano. But even our divine world of freedom has a few rules. After all, freedom can only exist because of rules. If you're really dead set on returning to that tiny piece of dog poop you call Earth, please do your best to follow the rules. I hope I've made myself perfectly clear.
So then, let's everyone do our best to follow these new guidelines.
Nowhere,
and
Pano.
live happily ever after together.
Yep, violence. That's exactly what I thought you meant. Good morning, everyone!
Good morning, everyone. It is now 7 a.m. and nighttime is officially over. Time to rise and shine. Get ready to greet another beautiful day.
Oh, I did it wrong for the title. Oh well. I couldn't remember. I sat up, still half asleep, and rubbed my eyes. Slowly, I pulled myself out of bed. I remembered I was in Sayaka's room. I just remembered I promised to eat breakfast with everyone else. I better get going. I left Sayaka's room and made my way toward the dining hall. A few people had already gathered at the dining hall by the time I got there. Hello, Mikoto, and good morning! Can you believe it? I was the very first one here this morning. I can believe that. Good morning.
Hey, Makoto.
Morning! I suppose I'm early. I figured everyone who had arrived on time could be considered model high schoolers. And the ones who showed up a little late...
Yo.
Enough said. Sorry. Hold on. Gotta channel my inner cheerleader. Why is this suddenly hard? You like how I voiced Taka? Sorry, I'm late. My makeup just would not cooperate this morning. That was not right. Why could I just did this voice earlier? Alright. Skip over Peppy Chunko. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. My morning duty took a little longer than usual. I don't want to know. We're the types with a more relaxed sense of time. Most high schoolers fall into this category. And finally, the ones who kept everyone waiting forever.
Indeed.
I suppose I'm late. Good morning, everyone.
My bad, my bad.
My bad, guys. Slept right through my alarm.
What's your problem?
What? Is it so awful to be late?
Yo.
I didn't oversleep, just so you know. Nope, I got lost. I blame the Bermuda Triangle. Okay. Don't care about time or other people in general. They're the kind to move at their own pace. But regardless, everyone had arrived. Makoto? I think you're missing someone. At least, that's how it was supposed to go. Hold on. Is there somebody else missing? Is it just Sayaka? Oh, there are other people. Wait! Aren't we still missing some people? Yeah, Sayaka and... Oh yeah, Byakuya aren't here yet. I don't know about Byakuya, but I would definitely put Sayaka in the model high schooler category. Wait, I noticed what? What did I notice? Well, Corey's learning how to voice act. Yeah. I did a little bit of theater acting. That was about it. So for her to be late... Oh, is Pano hinting at some spoilers? Pano, shame on you.
What?
What's going on? Did something happen?
Yo.
Hey man, have you seen Sayaka? Why would I have? I just came straight from my room to here. Did she forget about our breakfast promise?
However,
I got the sense she always has her stuff together. Listening to everyone talk like that, a small dark speck of unease rose up inside me. Oh yeah, me too! Especially since I'm expecting a murder. Guys, is Sayaka gonna be the first one to die? And that speck started to grow quickly. I need to go. I have to check on her. The words had barely left my lips before I flew out into the hall. Uh-oh. Where I headed first was... Okay, I don't know what's coming up next. I am anticipating a murder. But again, just a reminder, I have not played this game. I do not know what is going to happen. I've never seen a playthrough of this game. I just know that there's probably going to be murder, and it might possibly be kind of graphic. So please, take care of yourself and just be aware. My room, where I let Sayaka stay for a single night, where she was supposed to be safe. But over the course of that one night... Uh-oh. The room had been completely transformed. Oh. Uh-oh. Guys. Well, what the hell? That's what I have to say. Is this the gold sword that was on the table? This is the replica sword I brought back for self-defense. It is. It's been taken out of its sheath. More importantly, where is Sayaka? Okay. Really like the new digs? Yeah, especially, you know, the scratches on the wall. Which we'll get to. There's a keychain on the ground. It has my name on it, so this must be my room key. I gave it to Sayaka when we traded rooms. Alright. Ooh. The video camera's on the ground. Oh no, that's the lint roller. It looks like the lint roller has way less sheets than it used to. More importantly, where's Sayaka? I have a feeling, but we're gonna just look at things, guys. There are slashes and gouges on the walls and the floor. More importantly, where's Sayaka? Okay, okay, okay. I'd better check the bathroom. Payno. Bad. Let's take a look. Okay, guys. Here we go. Inside. Oh, and there's the body. Right. That's not too bad. I honestly was expecting worse. It took me a second to realize that I was screaming. What I saw dug its way through my eyes and buried itself in my brain. And then we threw up. Everything went black. Oh, we passed out. Where did the knife come from? Venus voiced disapproval. Yeah, because my hands are in her curl-up spot. When I opened my eyes, I found myself staring at a huge ceiling. It was a ceiling I remembered seeing before. And when I sat up, I saw someone looking at me. Again, it was someone I'd seen before. Also, where do knives come from? I mean, the kitchen, but I thought somebody the last stream of this, I thought somebody mentioned something about knives in the kitchen not being Oh, no, hold on. I was mixing that up with the anime I was watching. Never mind. Never mind. I no longer question where the knife came from. Uh-oh. Ah, you're awake. Finally. Are you okay? Now is no time for sleeping. Get your ass up. Uh-huh. You were unconscious, dude. I had to carry you back here.
Well,
It's no surprise considering what happened. What happened? Grah! I'm sorry. It's just amusing to me. Hey, are you okay? So it wasn't a dream? What I saw? It was real? That's right. It really did happen. Sayaka is dead. A deep, dark despair worked its way through my body and then exploded out of me. Totally forgot a murder. Oh, yeah. It happened. I mean, we passed out. We blacked out. It's fine. It was momentary forgetfulness. I shot up and took off running. Hey, where do you think you're going? I have to see for myself. I have to see if Sayaka is... We already saw it, dude.
just give up.
You can check once, twice, 1,000 times. Sayaka is completely and irrevocably dead. No! I have to see for myself. You do forget things after a nap.
What?
Listen to us, man. What do you think's gonna happen if you go out there? Well, what good is it gonna do just sitting around here? I mean, why are we all hanging out in the gym at a time like this? Our friend Sayaka, she's dead. Yeah, let's just keep saying it. Dead. When I said that, it finally hit me. I realized she was really gone.
Calm down.
None of us want to be here right now either. Then why? Shouldn't it be obvious? Kuma, he told us all to come here. Well, hold on. Don't talk like that. We all protested it. I mean, we remember the terrible price Sayaka had to pay. But...
So,
I'm the one who convinced them to come. Right now, we need to do whatever he says. We're his prisoners, right? It's not a good idea to defy him without reason.
correct.
We don't need to make any more sacrifices than we already have. As mysterious as Makoto, or not Makoto, as she is, I kind of like her. Why should we listen to anything he has to say? It's obvious he's the one who killed Sayaka. I would never do that. If you can believe anything, you can believe that. Yeah, Kirigiri. Look, I'm starting to remember the names. It'll take me a minute. He's here again.
Hey,
Unless someone violates a school regulation, I absolutely will not interfere. I can promise you, I won't do anything that goes against the purpose of your school life here.
listen up.
I'm famous at safari parks throughout the world for following the Bear Times 1 rule.
But
Then, who did it? Who killed her?
Come on.
You already know the answer. The one who killed her is one of you. Yeah, Peanut, it's one of you. Nobody had a reply for that. One of us killed Sayaka? Don't be stupid. That's...
What?
What's the matter? You guys all look like you're about to see a dove get shot up with a Gatling gun. Don't you remember what I told you when all this began? One of you decided to kill Sayaka so that you could graduate! Someone's just following the rules. There's nothing wrong with that.
Well,
You're lying, right? Of course he's lying. I'm telling you, he killed her.
wrong.
Nope, sorry. One of you is now a bona fide killer. If they wanted to, the one who did it could testify to that little fact. What? Without thinking, I looked around at everyone. They all had the same look on their faces. Everyone looked at each other with a combination of fear, suspicion, and confusion. Are you serious?
What is this?
Someone killed someone? It's amazing what some people are capable of.
Just hold on.
Hey, hold on. Don't just assume he's telling the truth.
Stop talking.
That's enough. Before we do anything else, I'd like to confirm something with the stuffed animal here. If one of us really did kill her, that person gets to graduate from the school, right? Huh?
Come on.
Don't play dumb. That's what you said, isn't it? If you kill someone, you get to leave. I don't think I could do that any better.
What?
Why are you laughing? It's 'cause... Naive! You're just so naive! You think it's really that easy? You could just kill someone and waltz on out of here?
Hey.
You're super naive. Devilishly naive. Hellishly naive! No. Oh, hold. Wrong. No, that's the same voice. No, no, no. The real thing has just begun. The real thing?
Now then.
Are you ready? Allow me to explain the second part of the rule regarding graduation. Just like I explained before, you must kill someone if you want to leave. However, even if you do that, there's still one more part to the agreements you have to uphold. Remember?
Then perhaps.
You are referring to rule number 6 of the school regulations. If you are the blackened that committed the murder, you can't be found out by the other students. Ooh, paperwork. That is what you're talking about, is it not? go! It's not just enough to kill someone, you have to actually get away with it. Which naturally means you need a system in place to assess whether or not it's been gotten away with. So, a certain amount of time after a murder has taken place, a class trial will begin. Class trial? Yep! It'll begin a few hours after the murder. Everyone will gather together, including the blackened who committed the murder. And they and the spotless students will all engage in one big debate showdown.
During the trial, you'll have to present your arguments about who you think the blackened is. And once everything comes to an end, the outcome will be decided by popular vote. If the answer you've arrived at is correct, only the one that disturbed your peace will be punished. The rest may continue their communal life. However, if you choose poorly, then the one who got away with murder will survive, and the rest of you will receive your punishment.
Uh-oh.
Which of course means your school life will come to an end.
Uh-oh.
As far as class trial rules go, that's all there is to it.
Uh-oh.
Well,
So, what actually is punishment you keep talking about? Oh, this punishment you keep talking about? I just remembered the Barbie girl voice. Oh, well, to put it simply, it's execution! Execution!
what?
And by execution, you mean...
Execution is execution. Execution! Electric chair. Poison gas. Torn apart like a paper plane in a hurricane.
Yikes. Gruesome execution. So, to make sure I understand, if we get the culprit right, then only they die. But if we get it wrong, all the rest of us get executed?
Well done.
What a smart little chimpanzee you are. Look at you, implying you didn't do it without actually saying it. So it's basically what the outside world calls a lay judge system, or an inquisition type thing. Which means you'll be deciding who you think the killer is. But judge carefully, because all your lives are on the line. Okay, let me just add the rule I just described to your handbook. Make sure to keep it in mind. The new rule has been added to the regulations menu. Wait, hold on a sec.
The hell are they talking
You're freaking insane, you know that? See guys, I found it. A class trial? What the hell is that? I don't want anything to do with it.
What's this?
Why not?
Stop it.
What do you mean, why not? Why do I have to waste my time trying to figure out who murdered someone? What? Are you saying you're not going to participate in the trial? Only punishment awaits blasphemy.
The hell are they talking
What punishment? I don't know, throw you in a deep, dark, scary prison or something.
Shut the hell up.
Whatever you say, I'm not going to be part of this.
I don't believe it.
Don't be so selfish.
Stop it.
You're the one being selfish. Kill whoever you want. It's got nothing to do with me. The evil standing here before me. I'm trembling with fear. But I won't give in to such evil. It's my style to stick it out and resist until the very end. If you really want to get out of here, you'll have to go through me first. As he said that, he came charging at us, although it was more of a waddle. But then...
enjoying yourself now?
Chunko.
Are you? Violence against Headmaster Monokuma is not allowed. You violated a school regulation.
Uh-oh.
I invoke the mighty summon spell. Help! To me, godly spear, gun
Gungnir? Oh. Well, I won't need that voice again.
This wasn't supposed to. Why me?
Suddenly, right at the end, her eyes shot wide open. And just like that, she never moved again.
No way!
What the? I don't. This can't be real. No way!
Well, now.
Now, I'm painfully aware of the great power and meaning of a promise. Yeah, what the hell, guys? I really wanted to keep a corpse from popping up for no good reason, you know? But I guess you all needed to be taught a lesson, after all. Ah, what an amazing promise. Oh, okay. I hope you have a great night. Thanks for stopping by. This is probably a good idea to tell you that I'm also planning on downloading these from Twitch and uploading them onto YouTube and just starting like a VOD, I don't know, like a VOD channel. Because 2 weeks is kind of a short amount of time, so. But I'm going to start with this playthrough, and I think I'm going to do the scene playthrough. But I don't know if I'll do any of the others yet because we've kind of got through them and some VODs are already lost, so. But at least this one. I really want to get this one up. But now you guys understand, right? Have a great night.
Now you see just
Who's
how
Oku?
serious I am. Defy me and you get shot full of holes, exploded, buried alive, disintegrated, etc.
Etc.
So, if you don't want that to happen to you, you'd best obey those school regulations.
Guys, I'm not gonna lie, I was not expecting that to happen. We found our first body and now there's two. Junko's body had been impaled with a bunch of spears. An unbelievable amount of blood started pouring out of her body. It was the first time I'd ever seen the moment someone's life came to an end. Yeah, neither was she. No, I'm pretty sure she wasn't either. Lie down, my love. Casual murder happens? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, to be fair, Monokumo did provoke her. So it's kind of unfair. I'm doing so well with the hydration. Zana hasn't had to use channel points yet. It was very sus indeed. Yeah. Like, he just... I don't know. But it's casual. Nobody could deny what they'd seen. Junko, until just a second ago, had been our friend. Was dead. She died. She'd been murdered. In simple terms. Yeah, Junko should have known what was coming, honestly. You know... I don't know. Like, I get it. I think in her situation, I probably would have been the same way, like, trying to show that I'm tougher. Thank you, Zana, for plugging our Discord. To kind of show that I wasn't afraid and kind of tough. But at the same time, I don't know. I guess the definition of violence against Headmaster is kind of loose. In simple terms, it was the death of a human being. It's really not that shocking. She just died, that's all. Just went and died. It's no more remarkable than the inevitable demise of the entire human race. It's just as natural as the eventual end of the world itself. This isn't some superhero comic, so it's not like when you die, you didn't really die. Looking back at the game is great, yeah. Dude carries bombs, not hitting that, bad idea. That's fair. Be careful what I say, because we've played through. Let's see that. Alright, that's fair. Yeah, I know that a lot of people really have to hold their tongues here, but I do appreciate you guys not spoiling it for me. I am enjoying this. This is reality! Why did you have to kill her? Didn't you say you would put her in prison or something? I changed my mind. No, you've been wanting to kill this entire time. Kill this entire time? Don't be silly. You can't kill time. Or are you being metaphorical? Are you saying I wanted to waste time this whole time? Come on, what do you take me for? I'm Monokuma! Anyway, none of that matters right now. I have something I'd like to give you to help you in your search for the Blackened. This little file has all the information I've gathered about the death in question. I like to call it... I mean, naturally, you guys aren't experts at this kind of thing, so you can only do so much with a corpse. So instead, I've gathered up everything I know about the circumstances and cause of death. What's that? How do I know the cause of death, you ask? 'Cause the surveillance cameras picked up the whole thing. I got to see it all go down. Wait, so then, you know who killed Sayaka? Of course I do! If I didn't, I couldn't possibly pass a fair and accurate judgment during the trial, now could I? That's a good point. The judge has to be able to make the proper decision. That's somehow comforting. Well now, please put your full effort behind your investigation. After all, you don't have any choice but to give it your best shot. Seriously, you don't have a choice. Okay, so we'll meet up for the class trial in a little while. Corey, your scarily good Monokuma voice. I'm really kind of enjoying voicing Monokuma. I'm not gonna lie. And with that, Monokuma disappeared again. He left us stunned and confused. He left us at a total loss. He left us with Junko's dead body growing colder right in front of us. Well, that's rude. And for who knows how long. Nobody said a word. The fact that Sayaka and Junko were dead was a huge shock, of course. But there was more to it than that. It was also the idea that one of us had actually murdered someone. And that if we didn't find out who it was, we would all die here. We'd found ourselves in a situation where we couldn't help but look at each other with open suspicion. It was the worst situation imaginable. And yet, even in such a perversely terrible situation, she didn't show the slightest hint that it had gotten to her. Now's not the time to wallow in your depression. The worst thing we can do right now is lose all faith in each other. That would lead to the same disastrous result as having total faith in everyone else. Huh? Cooperation is absolutely key at this point. Who you decide to trust or not trust is, of course, up to you. I want to know more about this girl. What does she do? How does she know all this and so smart and so calm and chill? Continuing about and talking about the deceased certainly isn't going to help anything. So saying stuff like that is just... How many times have I told you, anyone who can't adapt will die? Death is the only thing awaiting those who are unable or unwilling to adapt. If that happens, you only have yourself to blame.
That's terrible.
What an awful thing to say, especially after what's happened.
Just a second.
Right now, exposing the killer is the most important thing. Because if we don't, we're all going to die here. She's right. We need to begin our search right away.
Of course.
Either way, we can't run away from the situation, so we have no choice but to move forward. We just have to do it, I guess. What other choice do we have? No way in hell am I letting someone kill me. Alright, damn it, let's do this. Leon. Pat, pat, pat. We just have to do it. Everyone kept repeating that sentiment. They were using it like a mantra to give themselves strength. But they're right. We just have to do this. No matter how much we don't want to, we have no choice. If that's what it takes to survive, then that's what we have to do. On top of that, there was something I needed to find out. I had to know why Sayaka had to die. Why she had to be the one. I'm terrified to find out, but still, I have to know. Otherwise, I knew I'd never be able to accept her death. Which is why I don't have any choice. I have to do this. All right. Let's go see what we can learn. As they all stand around our dead classmate. All right. Starting with you, because you were one of the last people. We need to hurry up and figure out who the culprit is. Oh, I see. You're not actually going to be helpful. If we find out who did it, then only one person dies. But if we get it wrong, then all the rest of us face execution. That's what that ridiculous school regulation said, right? So stupid! Yeah, it is. Hey, Leon. So we're really gonna try and find out who did it? Yeah.
Oh.
So you finally noticed. Huh? Noticed what? I was looking through the Monokumo file we received, and I noticed something very obvious and very unusual. Huh? What are you talking about? Go ahead, take a look. Notice anything interesting about where Sayaka died? Oh, you little shit. She died in Makoto's dorm. We've been framed, chat. What? She's right. Then, could it be? All at once, everyone's gaze turned to me. Hold on a second. You've got it all wrong. For just one night, I traded rooms with her. I did it because she was afraid. You expect us to believe that? Just tell us the truth. The look in everyone's eyes had done a complete 180 from just a few minutes earlier. The feeling of suspicion and fear had returned. In other words, you think I did it? Did we speak that or think that? It's in the colors of thinking, but that sounds more like something you would say out loud. Celeste? Damn you for being so perceptive. Alright. Alright. I hate this, but still, we don't have a choice. We have to figure out who did it. Or else we're all dead. Okay. I'm gonna skip you because I think you're the one that I actually am supposed to talk to. No. Is this really happening?
Don't fuck with me.
Screw that piece of shit bear! Okay. Hiro? Huh? What's going on? You're in shock, dude. Hifumi. Hifumi? Consciousness has crashed. Restarting now. Please wait a moment. Alright. Fair enough. Toko? She must be so shocked. She can't even open her mouth to talk. I mean, fair. Chihiro.
What should I do?
Someone got right in front of us. They... Alright. I gotta get... Sakura. We can't turn away from the situation, so we have no choice but to move forward. You're right. Alright. Kyoko. Please, share some more light. What I both love and hate about this game is how it's basically impossible to 100% it on your first playthrough without advanced knowledge. Okay. That's fair.
Hey.
Before we start searching for Sayaka's killer, we need to decide what to do about securing the crime scene. Securing the crime scene? What do you mean? You're thinking of putting someone on guard duty so nobody can disturb the area, aren't you? What about friendship scores with the first two corpses? After all, if the corporate decides to destroy the evidence, we're pretty much screwed.
Hey,
In that case, I don't mind doing it. I don't like having to think anyway. I'll let you guys figure out who killed that chick. Okay, then we can let Mondo look after the scene. Well, no, we can't just leave him there alone.
what?
Why the hell not?
Stop talking.
Isn't it obvious? If you were the culprit, that's the first what's the first thing you would do? By volunteering for guard duty, you're in a position to destroy all the evidence you want. Fuck you! Mondo! Language, please.
So then.
Fine. I'll stay there on guard duty as well. That way there's no problem. Two-player co-op base defense with the two of them. With their stats, they're totally OP. Since we won't be able to investigate, we're putting our faith in the rest of you.
But
I'm still pretty freaked out, but I'll try. Alright.
anyway,
We're going to find out who the killer is. Because if we don't, we're all going to die here. Alright. I'm thinking that's about it. So, time to leave.
just a second.
Hold on. Huh? Before we begin the investigation, isn't there something else we need to discuss? Oh, yeah. What? The body? I gently placed my hand on Junko's lifeless body. I touched her wrist to check for her pulse, like they do in movies and stuff, but... she really is dead. There wasn't anything else to say. She was gone. I don't know why you even bothered to check. After those injuries and losing that much blood, frankly, I'd be shocked if she did survive something like that. Huh? Oh, hold on. Hold on! Just wait a second! Dude, are you short-circuiting? You need to... She's dead? Then that means... That means everything that's happened so far is real. It's not a joke or whatever. It's really real. Dude, yes. Hell no! Someone save me! Let me out of here! Hiro. Poor, sweet Hiro. Somebody help me!
What's your problem?
You're just now accepting that?
So then,
Are we done talking? We need to begin our investigation soon. At this point, we should split up. Yasuhiro is amazing. His powers of denial are pretty up there. We need to get to the bottom of this and find out who killed Sayaka. We'll have to collect clues to form a foundation, then construct an argument to come to a final decision. Are you like the ultimate detective? Or spy? Is she like the ultimate spy? If we get this wrong,
So,
well, do I really have to say more?
actually,
I'd rather you didn't know.
goodbye.
Everyone, pray for good luck. And with that, Kyoko hurried out of the gym.
Goodbye.
I'll be going too. And just like Kyoko, he was gone before he realized it.
Yo.
Oh hell! Oh yeah, I'm on guard duty, huh? I better head to the scene of the crime. Ah, that's right.
Hey, damn it.
Let me just say this now. If whatever son of a bitch does this is here right now, and they are thinking of destroying that evidence,
Fucking dead.
they'd better not let me find them. I'll skip the trial and cave their goddamn skull in myself. I'm serious. I will fuck them up. Mondo. Letting his deadly words hang in the air, he and Sakura ran off.
So,
But, I mean, we're not detectives or anything, you know? And we're gonna investigate a murder? How do we even do something like that?
anyway,
We don't really have to do anything in particular. We already know who killed Sayaka. What are you implying?
this is
It was
very
you.
suspicious.
I'm telling you, it wasn't me. Holy shit, Toko. Don't come any closer. Are you gonna kill me next? Toko?
So,
Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt to give it a shot. It's not for sure that Makoto's guilty yet. That's true. We may as well at least check just to check. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't help investigate. Wait, why not? I'm not good with blood, and yet you're standing next to a corpse. With tons of blood. All it takes is one glimpse and I black out.
Oh, yeah?
Ugh. Sorry, guys. I may have ate my dinner a little fast. Well, whatever. I don't think anyone was expecting much from you anyway. Alright, I guess we better get going. Wait, don't go yet. You have to hear me out. But it was pointless. Everyone had already left. And their parting looks at me had still been filled with suspicion. It's okay to ask if people tried to max out on their first playthrough. Or is it okay? I'm gonna leave that. I don't know. Because I don't really know what that actually means. I'm not gonna lie. Does everyone really think I'm the killer? Seriously, they've got it all wrong. Why do they have to suspect me? I have to do something. Otherwise, everyone will...
Execution is execution.
I like how
Execution.
they're thinking it's me. And yet I'm still thinking for their well-being.
Electric chair. Bzz, bzz, poison gas. Torn apart like a paper plane in a hurricane.
I hate that that kind of rhymes. I can't let that happen. I can't let things turn out the way Monokuma wants. All I have to do is find out who really did it. Who really killed Sayaka. Alright. We're a one-man investigation team. I guess I should look through Monokuma's file we got before. The victim was Sayaka Maizono. The time of death was estimated to be around 1:30 a.m. The body was discovered in Makoto's room in the dormitory. All evidence suggests that the death took place in the bathroom. The cause of death was a stab wound to the abdomen. There was also an injury to her right wrist. Specifically, the wrist appears to have suffered a fracture. Ooh, somebody's strong. No, I guess... We have no choice but to push forward if we want to find out what happened. Somehow, I have to find out the truth. So that we can all survive. And for Sayaka, I have to find out how she was killed. Well, we know how she was killed. We want to know the why. Monokuma file number 1 has been added to the Truth Bullets section of your handbook. Okay. Hiro, let's check in on you. How are you doing, buddy? No way. I seriously don't want to die here. I'm begging you, God, Buddha, Mother Earth, God of Space, King Neptune, help me. You're just gonna go through the whole list of deities, aren't you? I don't care who it is, just get me out of here. Hiro doesn't seem prepared to do any kind of investigating right now. Alright. Chihiro. Aren't you gonna help Oh wait, that's me. Never mind. Aren't you gonna help investigate, Chihiro? But I can't leave Junko here. I feel sorry for her. Chihiro is indeed amazing. Chihiro is just a sweet little bean. I have to stay with her. Alright. Well, leave the gym? Yes. Let's go find out what kind of clues I could find. Is there anything to actually look at here that's different? I don't think so, right? Okay. First of all, I should head to the scene of the crime. My room. With all the maths, we won't make any progress without investigating there. So I headed to my room where Sayaka's corpse still remained. I'd better examine the state of my room a little closer. I already did that. That might reveal something new. Hey! Kyoko is here. I mean, oh. Hello, bedding. There are gouges in the bed like someone attacked it. What the hell happened here? So that one was new. Hold on. Where's our trash can? There it is. Oops. Sakura, do you think I'm guilty too?
Hey.
I try not to make assumptions like that. I simply don't know whether or not you did this. Whatever decision the rest of you come up with, I will follow your lead. Ah, Yamanaka. Wait. Am I a wonderful little being because I'm kind of like Chihiro? And is that a good thing? Okay. Chihiro's legit one of your top 3 favorites in the game. Chihiro is adorable. I'm not gonna lie. Chihiro is adorable right now. But I see. Can't guarantee that that's gonna be the way it is. Okay. Is that evidence of a struggle? Well, okay. It looks like there must have been some kind of fight in my room. Damn it, I was right there in the other room. If only I'd heard something. Dude, we were asleep.
Wait.
That would not have been possible. Huh? Don't you remember? All our rooms are completely soundproof. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. So something could happen in the room right next to you, and there's no way you could know.
Well.
Perhaps this was another of Monokuma's strategies. Creating an ideal setting for murder. Well, I mean, probably. But then why give us locks on our doors? That just makes it harder. Evidence of a struggle has been added to the Truth Bullets section of your handbook. Alright. Mondo?
By the way.
You know, I realized something while I was on guard duty. The killer could have also already destroyed some evidence, right? Before anyone found the body, I mean. You're right, Mondo. That's actually kind of smart of you. There's a trash room here in the dorms, right? They could have tossed some stuff in there. Yeah, that's definitely possible.
You son of a bitch.
That dirty bastard! Anyone who raises their hand to a woman is scum that deserves death. That's what my brother taught me. You know, you really do remind me of, Kazuma? Yeah, Kazuma. He kind of has the same vibes. And the same hairdo. Ish. Except Kazuma's is slightly whiter.
You're fucking dead.
So if I ever find the son of a bitch that did this, I'm gonna pound his goddamn face in! But what if it was a girl that did it? Pain. What? See? That's the line. That'll all get sorted out when the time comes. Alright, that's fair. Okay. That line. What? Alright. Let's go talk to Kyoko. Hey, Kyoko? I quietly called her name while she was investigating the area. But...
What are you doing?
Isn't it obvious?
No, not really.
I'm searching.
Aww.
Searching?
Makoto's kind of a cute bean, too. I'm not gonna lie. Don't worry about it. But now I'm even more worried about it, see? She was down on her knees, carefully inspecting every inch of my room.
Did you lose a contact or something?
Makoto. Pat, pat, Makoto. Pat, pat. Yeah, Kyoko is definitely one of my top faves. She's probably my favorite so far. Makoto is also up there just because he's sweet, innocent. Very sweet, innocent bean. I don't know what she's doing exactly, but she seems to be concentrating pretty hard on it. I should look around here first. I can check other spots later. Oh, I already did it though. Do I have to do it again? Fine. Pat, pat, Makoto. Yes, pat, pat, Makoto. Alright. There are scratches and gouges on my walls and bed. Yep. Is that evidence of a struggle? Yeah, we already did that part. Yeah, we did that. Yeah, I did that. Did that. Okay. This is the replica sword I brought back for self-defense. Does this mean it was used in the attack somehow? Junko is still the best, but what? I mean, okay, Junko is fun, but now Junko is gone. Poor Junko is just gone. They are no more. And plus, the sword's been taken out, so it's just this sheath, but... Huh? There's some scratches on the sheath. They must have been made with something sharp. Wait, okay. So that would mean that Sayaka probably used the sword as self-defense. Shunko is still alive in our hearts. That's... okay, that's fair. Okay, alright. And then did she unsheath it to protect herself? Peino? Stop towing the line. I'm assuming you're towing some sort of line. For the no spoilers. Okay. That would make sense. But how'd the sheath get scratched up in the first place? Dude. Oh, okay. You're just deleting his messages for fun. Gotcha. Even if someone used the sword during the struggle, it doesn't make sense for the sheath to be damaged. It does if Sayaka picked it up and used it to block the knife attack first. Then she probably unsheathed it to try to protect herself and kill the killer before they could get her. However, it's a replica, so it's probably not very sharp. If we could look at her hands, we would know if Sayaka actually touched this. Pango. That's fair, Bree. That's fair. I mean, if you're gonna attack someone with a sword, the first thing you do is unsheath it. A heavy sheath like this would only get in the way. It could just slide off in the middle of the fight. So why are there scratches on the sheath? Replica sword sheath has been added to the Truth Bullet section of your handbook. Alright. There's a key on the ground. It has my name on it, so this must be my room key. If I remember correctly. Ah, that's right. We'll have to trade keys. When we switched rooms, we switched keys too. You really needed a flashback for that? So Sayaka would have had the key here in my room the entire time. Would have had... Yeah, I read that right. But wait, if that's true, then how did the killer get into the room in the first place? That's a good question. That is probably the best question you've asked so far. Could Sayaka have forgotten to lock the door? Possibly. No, that seems impossible. The same goes for you, Sayaka. No matter who it is, don't open your door for anyone. Even if I'm sure it's you, I absolutely won't open it. Otherwise, what's the point of even switching? After saying that, there's no way she would have forgotten to lock it, or opened it for any reason. Well, maybe she dropped the key somewhere and someone else grabbed it or something. When, Makoto? After you left and went into her room and went to sleep, she just wandered out the hall and dropped the key on the floor? I mean, that's possible, but that's silly. No, that's not possible either. I'm glad we're on the same page, Makoto. Sayaka was in here when we switched rooms. And with how scared she was, she wouldn't have gone walking around. So she couldn't have dropped it. So, how did the killer... Switching rooms has been added to the Truth Bullets section of your handbook. Alright. Lint roller. Huh? Looking at the lint roller, it looks like there's way less there than what there was before. Did Sayaka see how dirty my room was and decide to clean up a little? Makoto? I don't think that was even on her mind. Ooh, we should check the drawer. The toolkit is still inside the drawer. I don't see any evidence that it's been used at all. Alright, fine. And Makoto's like, I mean... Alright, but still, he's kind of... below average. Can you blame him for thinking guy things of a girl? No. Which makes sense, I guess. I mean, it's mine, and I haven't had any reason to open it. I can't even imagine a situation where I'd need a toolkit like this.
Yo.
Yeah, seriously. Yo, Mondo?
What?
We ain't exactly in the mood to be building furniture, right? So you haven't used yours either, then?
What?
Not just me. Nobody's busted theirs out yet, as far as I know. Actually, we were talking about it yesterday.
By the way.
None of the guys have opened their toolkits yet, because, like, why the hell would we? Toolkit has been added to the Truth Bullets section of your handbook. Thanks. The notepad is still here, but I don't think it's relevant right now. But, okay. Maybe Sayaka wrote a message? Okay, so nothing on the trash can. Oh, wait. There's the camera. A surveillance camera. The mastermind must be using them to keep an eye on everything that's happening here. They don't do anything to stop what's happening. They just keep on watching. Okay, so we've investigated. No. Can we investigate the door? I should check the room first of all. No, we can't investigate the door. I wanted to see if it had been tampered with. Alright. No, not you. Hey, Kyoko? Okay, this is same. No, not the cutscene again.
No, I'm certain.
Did you lose it?
Alright. But a few seconds later, she suddenly stood up straight and said,
Listen.
"Are you a clean freak?" Huh? No, I don't think so. But what? Nodding, she glanced around my room one more time.
I see.
Interesting. What's interesting?
Hey,
Just as I suspected, there's something very unusual about your room. Yeah? Okay. I did look around. What did I miss? Chat. What did I miss? You did the bed. You did the scratches on the floor, and the wall, and the sword, and the key, and the drawer, and the lint roller, the camera. Did I miss something? Oh. This is one of the monitors Monokuma appears on. Right now it's just showing the school crest. Yeah, that's nothing different. We've already seen that. Do you know about the sense everything ability? Oh, yeah. How do I do that again? Yeah. I remember it talked about that, but I don't remember how to. Never mind, I found it. That's a lot of things. And they don't stay up for very long. I'm assuming the pink ones are the ones we still have to do, but those were all the people. That is a lot of circles. Well, wait. No, I didn't want the door. We did that. Pink was, yeah. So, yeah, we did this. There are so many things. Yeah, we did that. Like 4 times now. Alright. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I hadn't actually looked at the blade itself till now. I shouldn't be surprised it's coated in gold, too. On top of that, some of the gold coating has come off parts of the blade and the handle. I missed the sword. Yeah, the handle especially is missing a lot of its coating. Can we get fingerprints? Or a hand size? That could be helpful. I remember the coating sticks to you even if you just touch a little bit. Okay. Replica sword has been added to the truth bullets section of your handbook. Okay. Now have we done everything? 'Cause that's the bed. We did the bed. No. That's the camera. The table? Ah, the table. There's no, that's the walls in bed. it would be helpful if it could actually... Oh, that's her. Ah, the sword stand. It's the display stand the sword was on. That was it? That's all you had to say about that? Okay. Can we check the door? Aha! Nope. That's just getting into the room. Chat, I'm confused now. Do you guys see anything that I've missed? Because I feel like I've gotten everything I can now.
By the way,
Yeah, we already talked about that.
you son of a shit. You're fuck. Yo.
And we talked to you. I'm lost. I don't know. I got the key. Sword, scratches, sword, sheath, lint roller, bed, camera, drawer, this thing, this up here, sword stand. Yeah. Yeah, I got the lint roller. There's less sheaths on it than before. Yep, same dialogue. Alright. Do I need to talk to you again?
Hey,
But I can't... Aw. Yeah, because I keep getting that whenever I go over to the door. Kyoko... Oh! The reaction thing!
hey,
Guys, sometimes I'm just dense. Unusual? What do you mean?
so
I've searched your floor from one corner to another, and I didn't find one single strand of hair. The lint roller? Really?
indeed.
Not one hair from the victim, and not one hair from you, even though you've been living in here. Yeah, sometimes I'm just a little focused on the wrong, like, too many things, I guess. I missed it. You know, now that you've mentioned it, I noticed something while I was looking around before. It looked like the lint roller in my room had been used, but I never touched it. To be fair, could somebody have used it too?
I see.
Very interesting. Your room didn't have a single hair in it, and somebody used your lint roller without your knowledge. In other words, someone other than you came in and scrubbed your room clean. You think? I've been trying to tell you guys that. Was it Sayaka or the killer?
Well,
That's the question, isn't it? Makoto's room cleanliness has been added to the truth bullets section of your handbook. I think it got phased out in the other two games. Oh. Cool. Alright. Now can we go in the bathroom? The bathroom. And on the other side of this door? No. I can't let it get to me. I can't afford to freeze up now. Forcing myself to push my panic down, I stepped into the bathroom. Aw, poor Sayaka. Looking at her made it painfully clear it wasn't a dream or an illusion. She had lost everything that made her, her. Sayaka. All at once, I was overcome with dizziness, nausea, and the urge to burst into tears. But I can't. I can't hesitate now. Why? Why did Sayaka have to die? I have to uncover the truth. I have to find out what happened. I wanted to give up. I wanted to collapse, but that thought held me up and supported me. Alright, here we go. There's a knife. Oh no, there's writing on the wall. I looked past Sayaka to the wall behind her, and there I saw... What? Leon! Written in blood were the numbers 11037. Oh. Are you sure that's what it says? Because if you flip that upside down, that looks like she was trying to write Leon. Did Sayaka do this? I told myself I simply couldn't face what I saw, but now's no time to think like that. I pulled out the Monokuma file to verify what it said about her body. Some sort of sharp object has been thrust into her stomach. That must have been the killing blow. But whatever they used to kill her, where'd they get it? It's kind of hard to watch something you've already watched, but it's entertaining. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Hello Kitty's friends, welcome to the stream. That's definitely something I should look into later. Also, according to the Monokuma file, Sayaka's right wrist was broken. Her wrist does look swollen and bloody, that's for sure. And there's gold paint on it. But there's something sort of glittering there on her wrist too. Right there, where her wrist is all swollen, there's something glittering. You've said that already in your head. Ooh, did they break her wrist with the sword? That would make sense. That definitely concerns me. Another thing that concerns me is... Huh? There's some blood on her left index finger. But that's it. Well, she did write on the wall, so... The palms of her hands are totally spotless, so how come only her left finger? Probably finding them in the wrong order, and that's probably why they're not adding up to him, but... How am I supposed to know? Sayaka's wrist has been added to the Truth Bullet section of your handbook. I'm not going to keep reading that. Why would I keep reading that? Why am I even reading that? The stab wound in her stomach is what killed her, so when she broke her wrist, that must have happened earlier on. Duh? I mean, how would her wrist get broken after she'd already been killed? Well, could happen. So it's very possible she broke her wrist during the struggle. The killer attacked Sayaka in the main room, which is when her wrist got broken. After that, the killer cornered her in the bathroom, where they inflicted the deadly wound. Alright. Yeah, I saw that. Why would you trigger that one? When I was... Ow! Peanut! Way above her head. Ouch! Peanut! Claws, my love. Do I need to trim those again? Did you chew those into like sharp needles again? Alright. I can't... Nope. No, why... Alright. Guess I should see how many things there actually are here to interact with. Oh, just the two. That's why. Alright. That was that. It looks like you found it, right, Makoto? The bloody numbers. That's most likely Sayaka's dying message. They're not numbers. I mean, they could be numbers, but they don't look like numbers to me. I've never seen something written in blood before. It really was her final message. It's as if she wrote it with life itself.
Right.
Do you often talk like an aspiring poet? But the numbers she wrote, what do they mean? 11037. I have no idea what that could possibly mean.
So,
The way she wrote the numbers made me think she wanted to use her body to block them. If she wrote them in that location while she was sitting the way we found her, it means she must have wrote them by turning only her hand toward the wall. If you were to write something in that position, do you know what the result would be? The result?
well,
Think about it. You're not going to tell me?
Makoto.
You need to uncover the mystery of this case yourself. Why? I mean, fair, but why? Otherwise, the case will end and you will remain unconvinced. Fair. Fair. I have no idea what you're trying to say, but it's obvious you're not going to tell me. Alright. It sounds like Kyoko knows what Sayaka's dying message means. But honestly, I have no idea. Oh, I know who I should talk to. When it comes to numbers, who better to ask than the ultimate programmer? Oh.
Makoto.
There's one other thing I wanted to ask you about. Do you know how the door to your bathroom got broken? Broken? Oh, you mean how it gets stuck?
What?
Gets stuck? Yeah, I guess I'm the only one, but the door doesn't fit in the frame quite right. When I first tried to use it, I thought it was just locked. But once you learn the trick, it opens no problem. Alright.
Correct.
So the door doesn't quite fit the frame, huh? But actually, I'm referring to the broken doorknob. Huh? The doorknob?
That's right.
You didn't notice? We'll just try closing the bathroom door. I'm sure you'll see right away what I'm talking about. I did what Kyoto said and shut the bathroom door. Oh. Huh? The doorknob. Yes, I see. No, you had something else to react to.
So then,
Alright, fine. I guess we gotta look at the doorknob. What the heck? The doorknob's practically about to fall off. Why is it like this?
it would seem...
Someone must have used a screwdriver or something similar to unscrew it. Whatever it was, it's obvious this was intentional. What? It was intentional? Why would somebody want to do that? Oh, Makoto, you sweet, sweet, innocent bean.
So...
I guess maybe they were trying to get the door unlocked and ended up breaking the whole thing. But my bathroom doesn't have a lock on it. Only the girls' bathrooms can lock, right? She stood there for a while, lost in thought. Then, apparently struck with a sudden realization, she shot a question at me.
Just a second.
I have just one more question for you. Oh? You mentioned earlier that your bathroom door would get stuck, right? Did you tell anyone about that? Oh, well, I did tell Sayaka about it last night when we switched rooms. So what you're saying is, only you and Sayaka knew about it. Interesting. She had the slightest hint of a smirk on her face. I got the sense that she was really starting to get into all this.
I see.
Then that clears that up. You two having little secret thoughts over there. How dare. Huh? What clears what up? I'm so lost.
Goodbye.
Well, see you later. Wait, we had another reaction! Shit. As if forgetting I was ever even there, she suddenly turned and left the room. Fine. None at all? I still don't really understand any of this, but I've already given my room a good once-over. Maybe I should look around somewhere else. I should start looking into where the murder weapon might have come from, and also, I should look into the DVD Sayaka got. With Sayaka dead, I have no choice but to see for myself what was in that video. And on top of that, I'm sure there are some other areas worth checking out too. Maybe I should see what everybody else thinks. If they'll even talk to me, that is. Alright, guess we're done here. Okay. So, knife. There's a dining room. But more than that, there should be a kitchen. But you're here. So let's talk to you, Aoi. Hina, are you investigating the dining hall? Wait. Hina? I read that right? It said Hina? Oh, because the okay, never mind. Asahina. Never mind. Oh, no. I'm just taking a break. Actually, I've been taking a break since we started. This is all a first for me, you know. I don't have the first clue what I should be doing. I know what you mean. And I don't know why, but being in the dining hall helps keep me calm. She goes by Hina. Yeah. I gotcha. Japanese people make nicknames out of their last names? Really? Oh. I didn't know that one. So, I know I shouldn't, but I've just been kind of hanging around here. To tell the truth, I was doing the same thing last night when Sayaka was killed. Were ya now? Interesting. To the kitchen, which we've never seen before. Interesting. There's only one interactable thing. Yeah, I guess that does make sense. Because I knew that part, that they usually go by their last names. Unless they're really close and they have permission, but... There are all kinds of kitchen knives here. Big to small, but there's one missing. It looks like one of them is missing. I should stop jumping ahead of Makoto. Was it missing from the very beginning, or... I'd better see if anyone here knows more about it. What? I mean, I guess that's fair. Wait. We can interact with these. There's a bunch of vegetables all piled up. I don't see anything noteworthy about it. Oh, a coin! Also, if you have siblings, it can get weird. Well, wouldn't you refer to your siblings by their first names because you're family and close? Oh wait, no, if like other people know you and your siblings? Okay. Yeah. I don't know why I thought it was the other way around. No, that makes sense. Marbled meats. Salted meats. Now's no time to be thinking about food. Another coin. Woohoo! Alright. Never mind. Alright, so we did that. I guess let's see if you have anything new to say. Hey, so did you notice that one of the kitchen knives is missing from the dining hall?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, weird, huh? I thought it was kind of strange, a knife just suddenly disappearing like that. Oh, so it wasn't missing from the beginning? Yeah, that makes sense.
That's right.
Nope. Last I remember, they were all lined up in a nice neat row. So, when did you notice one of them had disappeared? Well, I went to go get some tea from the kitchen last night, and all the knives were still there. But when I finished my tea and went back into the kitchen to wash my glass, one of the knives was missing. I mean, that's fair, see? That's pretty much where my information comes from. But sometimes I forget things. Simple things sometimes. So, you're saying the knife disappeared while you were drinking your tea in the dining hall? Yeah. In other words, you were right there in the dining hall when someone came and took it. Then you should be able to say for sure. You can tell everyone I didn't come to the dining hall last night, which proves I didn't take it. Hey, by the way, did you really kill Sayaka? I just told you you can prove that I didn't. What? Of course not. I would never. Hina, do you really think I murdered her?
I mean,
Well, she was killed in your room, right? So, I mean, you guys were supposed to be friends, right? But you still killed her. On the other hand, two people becoming good friends, then one killing the other, is a classic drama setup. So when you consider everything together, I honestly have no idea. You are not helpful. Okay, so that's that. Where is this trash room again? It's a warehouse. That's the kitchen. Bathroom. Laundry. Trash room. Next to the bathrooms. Oh! Well, hello. I'll get to you three in a minute. Aoi is a little bit of an airhead. Yeah, she seems to be just a tad. Oh, we can't get to anything. There's a sturdy gate here. No way to get past. It's the end of the line! The trash room. This is where all the trash in the school eventually winds up. How do you get this gate open?
No, you can't go any further.
Oh, wait, no. Sorry. That was me. No. No entry beyond this point. Only the person on cleaning duty is allowed in. Cleaning duty?
No, you can't go any further.
No. The entry point. No entry beyond this point. Only the person on cleaning duty is allowed in. Yeah, you said that already. Who's on cleaning duty?
No, you can't go any further.
I'm not gonna keep reading the same line, Monokuma. This is stupid. It'd be faster to just go around and ask the others.
No, you can't go any further.
Okay, Monokuma. Ooh, there's a hatch on the floor. The door won't budge. It must be locked. Well, that's obvious by the lock on the thing. Hey, a coin. What is that? Oh, the door. Out. Duh. Alright. I guess we now go talk to the peeps. We're in the hallway. Hifumi? I'm looking for whoever's on cleaning duty. Cleaning duty? As a matter of fact, that's me. Why do you ask? It just so happens Monokuma talked to me yesterday and... Oh wait, never mind. It just so happens Monokuma talked to me yesterday and asked me to take care of it. Without someone on cleaning duty, the school would be flooded with trash in no time. So I formally applied for the position. I was gonna start this morning, but after what happened, I haven't had a chance to get started. And since you're on cleaning duty, you can open the gate in front of the trash room? Of course! It's my job to gather up all the garbage and toss it in the trash. And to do that, they gave me the key for the trash room gate. But we're supposed to rotate once a week, so eventually you'll be in charge.
Very strange.
Wait, hold on. You need a key to get in the trash room, and only the person on cleaning duty has access to the key? What's the point of going to all that trouble? Why not just leave the trash room open all the time so we can all throw things out whenever we want? That does seem more convenient.
So, in other words,
Actually. Anyone who kills a fellow student and becomes blackened will graduate unless they are discovered. Yep. That must be why. If anyone could go in and out of the trash room whenever they wanted, then destroying evidence would be easy. The thrill would disappear, and things would become boring. But boring?
Hey, listen.
Anyway, more important than that.
Hey, you bastard.
Hey, Leon, behave yourself. Why'd you want the cleaning duty gig anyway?
Oh.
I just decided to volunteer for something I knew no one else would want to do. What's the big deal?
You...
Liar. I know what you did.
Is it... like-
You wanted to dig through all the girls' trash looking for, you know, and poking around at it.
There's no way to think
What are you talking about? All my love is for 2D.
You know what I mean.
But there's all kinds of trash diggers like that. Maybe you'll get tired of 2D and then turn to... I would never get tired of 2D. After spending a significant amount of time comparing 2D and 3D, I voluntarily chose 2D. The only thing 3D is good for is to shower love and affection on 2D. Oh, and PVC figures. PVC figures? Somebody want to translate? Yamanaka.
Give me a break.
How are you not totally embarrassed to say stuff like that? If you're so worried about Hifumi's questionable morality, there's a very easy solution. Whenever a guy has cleaning duty, Sakura can accompany them from picking up the trash to disposing of it. What?
What?
If you're as innocent as you claim, where's the harm in it? That's not how it's supposed to be! Anyway, on another topic, Hifumi, since you were on cleaning duty, I have a favor to ask you. What? So now you suddenly want to join my party? Sorry, but I haven't triggered that flag yet. I don't think we have either. I mean, you haven't helped me recover from a past trauma, or save a village, or beat a boss. Oh, that flag. Okay. No, nothing like that. I was just hoping to get into the trash room and look around. Oh, okay. So easy. So Hifumi and I headed down to the trash room. You'd like me to open the gate, wouldn't you? You know, when I look at it, it makes me think. They said he killed his wife. He learned how to get by on the inside, but he never stopped dreaming. Hifumi, what are you talking about? PC figurines are the movable figurines where you can pose the characters. Oh, okay. Bree, I honestly thought he was talking about the gay flag. I don't know why, but that's what I thought first for some reason. And then I realized he was talking about like a party flag. Or something like that. I don't know. Anyway. Get busy dying, he said. So him and Rita, they found themselves a way out. What are you talking about, Hifumi? Whatever. Please just hurry up. Okie dokie, leave it to me. Hifumi pulled a key out of his pocket and used it to flip the switch next to the gate. And then...
Mr. Naegi.
However, Mr. Naegi... Oh. Surely you aren't planning to use the trash room to destroy evidence, are you? Why does everybody think I'm guilty? I mean, okay, yeah, I can see why. But still, they're so quick. You fiend! You planned this all along! No! I just want to see if the actual killer had tried to destroy any evidence or not. But the actual killer is you, isn't it? You wanted to see if you left anything behind. Wait! Maybe a parallel world! Hifumi, I think you need to get your head on straight. This is reality. Come back to it. Whatever. Let's just hurry up and keep looking. Alright. 4 things here. This is the incinerator. It's way in the back part of the trash room. It's a good 30 feet from here to the gate. Ah, and it's on right now. Do you see the green and yellow buttons next to the mouth of the incinerator?
Yes, indeed.
It's a pretty simple setup. You push the green button to get it going and the yellow button to turn it off. A bonk on the head to return to reality? Maybe. Sooner or later, you'll be on cleaning duty, so make sure you learn this before you leave, okay? Huh? Somebody turned the incinerator on? Very strange. I'm quite certain it was off last time I was down here. So you were down here. Perhaps it was the work of a fairy. Yes, I'm sure that's the answer. Hifumi, do you realize what you just said? Huh? The fairy? No, you said that last time you were here the incinerator was off. Ah, yes, about that there can be no mistake. If I've got one thing going for me, it's my memory. Ponks Hifumi.
I feel as if...
Wow, that was a sudden shift in your voice. Yesterday, as soon as I was appointed, I came down to check the place out. It definitely wasn't on then. I haven't been back to the trash room since then. And since I'm the only one who has a key to open the gate, it should be impossible for the incinerator to be on. And yet... So that means someone was able to switch on the incinerator without opening the gate. But how is that possible? Yes, dog face. It fits him. Alright. The green button turns it on and the yellow button turns it off. Or so it seems anyway. Oh, hello. Somebody threw something at the buttons through the gate. There are shards of broken glass scattered around in front of the incinerator. It looks like it used to be some kind of glass ball, just about big enough to fit in the palm of your hand. Very suspicious. What's that? Do you know what this is? They say if you collect all 7, a dragon will appear and grant you a single wish. Oh, you're a Dragon Ball Z fan. Kidding aside, it's the kind of thing you might see on any big city street corner. Gaze into it and it'll show you a glimpse of the future. Who do I suspect? Just like that, meet a girl who was on that quest to find that one guy. Okay. I don't know, right? Just suddenly drop that Dragon Ball reference. Yeah, I get what you're trying to say, but who did this particular ball belong to? So we have one character who used to play baseball who would be able to have an aim, who could throw through the gate and hit that button. So Leon's kind of jumped up high onto my list of suspects. Even though I kind of like Leon. But he doesn't really have, like, anyone else. I'm trying to think of what else we've uncovered so far. Well, then of course there's poor Aoi who was in the dining hall when the knife got stolen. But she doesn't seem to have noticed anything. Which is kind of odd. But she's also kind of airheaded, so I can see how she would miss somebody coming in while she's drinking tea. Sakura would have the skills too. And she would know how to fight. Because she is a martial artist. But I don't know. There's also the writing on the wall, which everybody seems to think are numbers, but which looks like Leon to me anyway. So that just scooches Leon up further on my list of suspects. Byakuya is up there just because he's got that kind of like mind where he's really, really smart and he doesn't seem to care about anybody else. And he's very self-important. Thinks he's, because he's like the son of a major a well-known family who owns a lot of stuff. Yeah, Byakuya is Byakuya. There's only one person it could be. They should all still be in the gym. I'd better go find out for sure. I don't want to jump to conclusions, because we could be wrong. But you think I'll like the class trial? Alright, well, we've got... Ooh, there's a sleeve. There's something on the ground in front of the incinerator. It looks like a burnt piece of something. It looks like a burnt piece of sleeve with blood on it. A burnt piece? Like a hunk. Like a hunk of burning love? Hifumi, you need to... Alright, anyway, this is... It looks like a piece of cloth. And the shape? It's a part of a sleeve from a button-up shirt. It's still the beginning. There's still much more to reveal. Alright. There's many more twists in later ones. This one is pretty straightforward. Oh. And now that I look at it, that's definitely blood on the cuff, which means this is all that's left of some evidence the killer destroyed. But there's lots of people here with white button-up shirts. This isn't enough by itself to figure out who the killer is. Okay. This whole thing is quite strange indeed. When I was here last, the incinerator was off, and those glass shards and burnt clothes weren't. What does it all mean, Mr. Naegi? Will you be confessing soon? Why me? Everyone already knows you did it. All the mysteries are being solved one by one. It sounds like he's living out one of his comic book fantasies. Yeah, kind of. Okay, so that's it in here. Nope. Oh. That's a huge trash can. Is that where we're supposed to put whatever trash we can't burn? Well, whatever it's for, it doesn't look like it's hiding any clues. Hey! I found another coin! Okay. That definitely seems to be it, so we're gonna leave the area. And I guess we're going to the dining hall. No, where are we meeting everybody? The gym. I've been gambling, right? No, I haven't been gambling with the coins. I actually kind of forgot about that. That's the store, right? Should I go try to do that now? Or should we continue on? Yes, okay. I gotta remember where the store is. I think it's over here. It's the AV room. There's the store. I had a gambling issue with this game. Only do one at a coin at a time. Okay. That's it. The monitor Monokuma always shows up on. There's gotta be a clue here. Or not. I better get back to the investigation. Okay. Alright. There's gotta be something here to help with the case. Guess not. Okay, coin. Would you like to try your hand against the almighty Mono machine? Sure. Alright, let's give it a shot. Yeah, I found it. An item. Cool. What did I get? Repeat percent 2.18. Oh, are these like the gifts that I can give to people? Okay. Okay. We'll have to come back. I have a few now. So let's go back to the gym. Nope. This way. There's also at least one item that unlocks a scene at a point in the game. Okay. So yeah, we'll definitely have to keep remembering to go in there. Celeste is here. Oh, I missed Taka outside. So, do you have any clues or anything? Oh, that was me. So, do you have any clues or anything? What kind of clues? Let us just agree that we do not know who the culprit is and leave it at that. Read the description before you give it to a person. Okie dokie. Whatever secrets I may have, I don't intend on revealing anything until the class trial. Okay then, do you have any suggestions for where I should start looking?
Well,
Ugh, so annoying. Must you fumble around, fishing blindly for clues? I suppose it wouldn't hurt to give you a little hint. The scene of the crime, naturally, but I think the trash room is also worth looking into. We've already done that, Celeste. The trash room? It's the perfect place to destroy evidence. However, there is one little problem. Which is, it's locked.
as for me,
Oh, that place is filthy. I would rather die than set foot in there. I am trusting all of you to conduct a thorough investigation on my behalf. That's... Alright. Wait. Oh, that's not the gym. I'm a dork. Oh wait, Taka. Taka was right there.
Listen to me.
Do you have a second, Makoto? I've uncovered something most unusual. The door to everyone's dorm has a nameplate on it to show whose room it is, right? Right.
You hear me?
Well, it just so happens... Wait, no. You might be the killer yourself. I can't tell you anything. Taka... Forget everything I just said. Forget! Forget beam! Dude. Chill. Sorry, just a little joke. Even I do jokes sometimes. Oh gosh. Oh, thank you, Zana. I was doing really good too. Go check my room? I did check my room. No, I was already there. See, that was the first place we were at. Forget beam! Oh, the nameplate. Right, because Taka just mentioned nameplates. We should probably... Other way. We should probably go do that. I feel like I was doing really well with deciphering the clues, and then all of a sudden my brain was like, alright, done. And I forgot to pay attention to anything else. Forget the forget me stick bonk method to forget me beam. That's true. That's the way I came. So we gotta go this way. You guys are still here. Kyoko? I'm pretty sure Sayaka was on that side of me. Huh? This is definitely my room, but the nameplate has Sayaka's name on it. Huh? This is Sayaka's room, right? But the nameplate has my name on it. The nameplates on my room and Sayaka's room were switched? So all that effort I put into switching rooms without anyone knowing was totally pointless. But why would anyone do that? Alright.
Very strange.
So, why was Sayaka in your room when she was killed? Could it be because you are the culprit? No, you've got it all wrong. Sayaka and I switched rooms last night. He didn't even try to hide the suspicion on his face. Even if what you say is the absolute truth, you're still responsible for her death, wouldn't you say? Huh? After all, she wouldn't have died if she hadn't switched rooms with you, right? Not exactly. Someone was harassing her. Yeah. Oh. The reason Sayaka was killed is because I suggested we switched rooms? She's dead because of me? Then it should have been me that died? Well, all we can say right now is that it's a possibility. If that's really true, then I don't think that's really true, though, because someone was harassing Sayaka. And then we switched rooms because of that. And no one was supposed to have known. But somebody knew. Okay. I hope we've gathered... Oh, wait a second. No, we gotta go back to Sayaka's room and get her tape and watch it. I forgot about that. This is going to be great. See, I don't know if that feels threatening or not. Okay, let's go inside. We need this trash can. There can only be one thing in the trash can. Yep, the DVD with Sayaka's name on it. Sayaka got really upset after seeing whatever is in that video. I wonder, what did she see? It might not be directly related to the case, but it might be worth checking out anyway. I'm sorry, Sayaka. I need to borrow this DVD. Alright. Now we gotta go to the AV room. And then we'll go and do the trial. I'm excited to see what happened. I should be able to use this to see what's on the DVD. The DVD that Sayaka threw in the garbage. Oh my gosh. Words. I sat down in front of the screen and put the DVD in the player. I pushed play and the screen was dark for a few seconds. But then... an image slowly appeared. It looked like some kind of concert. And standing on stage, front and center, was a face I recognized all too well. Sayaka. Listen. Listen, I may have tried to rush through and say 2 words at the same time. Sometimes my brain reads a little bit faster than my mouth can speak it. She was there, along with the friend she said she... Let's try that again. She was there, along with the friend she had said been... She said had been so important to her. See, I kept switching those two words around. She was positively glowing there in front of the crowd, so full of life. Seeing that image made it even harder to accept. Except that she was dead. My vision started to blur and darken, and then that voice I'd come to despise so much began to float out of the speakers.
Sayaka Maizono, the ultimate pop sensation, lead singer for a world-famous all-girl pop band. For these girls, the glowing spotlight only made them that much more beautiful. But then...
Uh-oh. Suddenly, the screen went dark. And in the next moment, I saw something I could hardly believe. What the? Sayaka had disappeared from the stage, which was now in ruins. But what I noticed even more than that was the figures of the other girls who had all simply collapsed.
This ultra-successful team suddenly fell apart. None of them will ever perform on stage again. None of them will ever feel the warmth of the spotlight. For Sayaka, there's simply nowhere for her to return to.
Sayaka. I've been saying it wrong this whole time. Yamanaka. How could you not correct me?
So here's the billion-dollar question. What, oh what, could have caused the group to go to pieces?
Without warning, the video cut off. What the hell? That wasn't real, right? They're a super famous pop group. Everyone knows who they are. Is he trying to say he was even able to get to them? If that really did happen, everyone in the outside world must be going crazy. What kind of person would take things this far? Okay. Well, we learned what Sayaka saw. Alright, to the gym. I mean, that's fair. Wait a second. Oh, yeah. No, that's right. Okay. You were saying it correct. There's no wrong way to pronounce Sayaka. Okay. Really? Alright. Well, cool. Alright. Why are there a bunch of balls all over the floor? I thought that was for the balls. Okay. Well, here we are. Hey, Hiro, can I ask you something? Oh, that was me. Anyway. No, 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 no. I gotta get out of here. Gotta get out of here. I've had enough. Gotta break free. Hiro, snap out of it. Makoto, what are you doing here? What? Hey, does this look familiar? Ah! That's my crystal ball. Oh. Okay. So that's what it was. But it's all smashed. What the hell? I only bought it because the guy said it was blessed. He said it was unbreakable. So how did it break? Dude, I think you got conned. Was it actually just made of glass and not crystal? Did that guy totally dupe me? He said it belonged to the pillars of history. Genghis Khan, George Washington, Napoleon. And you... Hero? He said whoever controlled that crystal ball controlled the world. Was that seriously all BS? Dude? Yes. Let's put that aside for now. So you can say without a doubt that this belonged to you? Yeah, that's mine for sure. I probably forgot it in the laundry room last night. Someone must have come by and snatched it. You left it in the laundry room? That means anyone could have found it and taken it. Okay. Thanks, Hiro. That's all I wanted to know. Sure. By the way, I'm almost afraid to ask, but how much did you pay for that thing? Everything I saved up from fortune telling for 2 full years. Yasuhiro is an airhead too. There's a lot of airheads in this game. Came out to be like $1 million. I'm sorry. You spent how much on this glass ball? $1 million? That's pretty cheap, actually. I mean, considering it gives you the power to control the world. That's just too stupid. I can't even feel bad for him. $100,000? Okay, so the 1 million is in yen? No, $10,000? I forget the conversion. Oh, poor Hiro. I don't know. I forget. I used to know.
I'm getting tired of waiting. What say we just get started, It's time for the long-awaited class trial! Now then,
Oop, I
allow
should've
me
left.
to appoint a proper location for the proceedings. Please go through the red door on the first floor of the school. See you soon!
The red door on the first floor. That's where I should go. No, where I have to go. Okay. You're late, Makoto. We've all been waiting for you. I bet you were afraid you would be discovered as the murderer you are.
Listen to me.
Let's not jump to conclusions just yet. Save that for the class trial. There, we can all reveal the details of Makoto's crime. Taka! So they really are convinced I did it, but I didn't do it. Me and Sayaka both know that all too well. But then, who is the killer? The one who murdered Sayaka. Is it really one of us?
Is everyone here? Okay then. Please board the elevator in front of you, which will transport you to the courtroom, where all your fates will be decided. I'll meet you all down there. I'll be waiting.
Look at this education we're getting in chat here. Alright. Elevator. I guess I have no choice but to get on this elevator. Let us begin.
Yes, indeed.
Good idea. Are you scared? No, scared isn't quite right. I said it before, but it's up to you to uncover the mysteries surrounding this case yourself. If you don't, you'll never come to grips with the truth. I need to uncover the truth of Sayaka's death. I didn't need someone else to tell me to do that. In Sayaka's honor, I swear I'll find out who the real killer is. As I raise my voice to try and give myself courage, I turned, trembling with anticipation toward the elevator. With each step forward, I could feel my heart starting to race faster and faster. Chat, we've been going for just about 3 hours now. Totally forgot about a break. I've been so into this. But we're gonna need to take a break. So before we go any further with this trial, I'm gonna punish C just a little bit longer and make her wait. And we're gonna take a break. Oh, crap, I forgot that. Never mind, we'll go through the cut stream. I forgot that triggers things, my keyboard. And the only way to get to OBS to start the break is to touch the keyboard. The steel box descended with heavy clunking sounds towards the school's basement. Ew, basements. I don't like basements. Basements are creepy. I wonder if this is how a death row inmate feels when his time finally comes. Why'd you skip that? I missed something, chat. I'm sorry. Oblivious to our shared anxiety, the elevator lowered us further and further into the bowels of the school. You finally arrived! Wait, hold on. Aha! Pause screen. Aha! Okay, now we're gonna punish C. Wait just a little bit longer. And we're gonna take a break, guys. So this is when I need a break, which means you guys can now take a break. Go get snacks, something to drink, use the restroom, stretch if you need to, take meds if you haven't yet and have to, and we will be back shortly. Let me put the music up. And I'll be back.
finish, baby. We don't have to talk, I guess that you know. Cause you are not that honest with me. You don't have to explain me, yeah. Are you really sorry? Yeah. Are you already over it? Yeah. It's not for me, I think it's for you that you bring me gift. Doesn't mean I love you. You put a love on the highest, and you put in the fire. Tell me, how can I forget that? It's not for me. Are you really sorry? Yeah. Are you already over it? Yeah. We don't have to talk, I guess that you know. Cause you are not that honest with me. You don't have to explain me. Yeah. Are you really sorry? Yeah. Are you already over it? Yeah. It's not for me, I think it's for you that you bring me gift. Doesn't mean I love you. You put a love on the highest, and you put in the fire. Tell me, how can I forget that? It's not for me, I think it's for you that you bring me gift. Doesn't mean I love you. You put a love on the highest, and you put in the fire. Tell me, how can I forget that?
Your love is poison. It kills me slowly like a cigarette. Like every moment where you make me sad. And I'm addicted for all this poison. Yeah, maybe I'm a masochist. I know you're gonna make me sick. Your love is poison. It kills me slowly like a cigarette. Like every moment when you make me sad. And I'm addicted for all this poison. Yeah, maybe I'm a masochist. I know you're gonna make me sick. And I'm addicted for all this poison. Yeah, maybe I'm a masochist.
You can't just
like a cigarette. Like every moment that you make me sad. And I'm addicted for all this poison.
Alright, chat.
Yeah, maybe I'm a masochist. I know you're gonna make me sick.
That's. Thank you, music. How was your break? Ad should be over now. It has a 10-second cooldown I just saw, but like, I don't know. It's weird. But it is set for like mod level, so if somebody does redeem that while we are on break and I'm possibly away from the computer, you guys should be able to do that. Thank you. All right, chat. Let's get back to this screen. Thank you. It's good to be back. Hold on. I totally forgot. I turned that all the way back up. Okay, see, no worries. Sorry, chat. I forgot I turned that back up so you guys could hear the music. It's good music. You can keep it there. Maybe, but just not at that volume. I don't want to hurt anybody's eardrums. Okay. All right. What do you think? Doesn't it feel like just like a real courtroom? It's like a Hollywood movie set, right? Not even close. It's total shit.
Well, now.
Okay. Everyone find your assigned seats and sit down. Hurry up now. Hurry up. We did what he said and found our seats. It's music you could easily dance to. That's true. It'd make good DDR music. Oh. The seats were arranged in a giant circle. It was set up so that everyone could see everyone else, which also meant it'd be easy for anyone to transfer their tension and unease onto anyone else. The air seemed to grow heavy as we sat there. And so, the curtain on our first case opened. A deadly judgment. A deadly deception. A deadly betrayal. A deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly faith. A deadly class trial. Could you say deadly any more times? Oh, we were so close to just being able to save anyway. Whatever. Okay. So. Wait, what time did it say? 1:30 a.m. Okay. 1:30 a.m. And the kitchen knife. Oh, this one. Disappeared. At some point. I forgot what time she said. Or did she not say a time? Then the nameplates were switched. We found the burnt piece of shirt and the shattered crystal ball. Someone had to have used their toolkit. Because I didn't use mine. That definitely says Leon. I don't care what they think about the numbers. Okay. Guys, I'm gonna go with my instincts on this.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate.
It seems really simple and straightforward, too easy, but you think the music is quiet right now? Ah! I did it again. I skipped something. Sorry, chat. Okay. I couldn't quite remember where I had left it. Hopefully that's where it was. Don't be a goddamn idiot. Why the hell would they raise their hand? Why are we raising our hands? Whoever did it, maybe? I skipped something on accident.
Before we move on and start the trial, can I ask a question real quick?
Oh, voice actors. Perfect.
What's going on with those pictures?
I'd feel awful if they got left out just because they died. Friendship penetrates even death's barrier. Friendship penetrates?
Hifumi?
Okay, but what about that other empty seat? There were only 15 of us to begin with, so why are there 16 seats?
Huh. She's got an accent.
Oh, no reason. It's just that our little courtroom here can
Is it better,
technically
Bree?
fit up to 16 people.
Monokuma didn't say it. Hifumi did. But fair.
Okay.
Unless I missed
That
something else.
about does it for the preamble. Get ready to get started. First up is the case summary. Now, let the class trial begin.
It's about to begin. The debate to decide who we think the killer is. Anything I found, anything I noticed, I have to be ready to speak up about everything. Because this isn't just about me. Everyone's lives are on the line. Your first non-stop debate is about to begin. Would you like to hear more? Absolutely! As things progress during each class trial, you will engage in a number of non-stop debates. Peanut! Please be careful. I did. I missed something. Okay, well, I guess that's fair. Peanut is playing with a toy by my cords. Where are you, Peanut? You didn't notice. Oh well. As things progress during each class trial, you will engage in a number of non-stop debates. During these discussions, characters will speak one after another without pause. It's up to you to unearth any lies or contradictions buried within their statements. What this means is that you'll have to use your truth bullets to refute what they say. Okay, so they say something, and if something contradicts what I found, I have to use what I learned. Okay, that makes sense. Tutorial time, absolutely. Guys, we're doing the tutorial. Any relevant truth bullets you found during your investigation will be loaded into the truth cylinder. Use the mouse to aim and then fire with the left mouse button. But I'm using a controller! Fair, I can use my mouse too. Pay close attention to each character's statements and use your truth bullets to blast the right ones. Note that if you run out of time, you will automatically fail, so be careful. Oh, it's timed? Wait. Alright. If you press the escape key during these arguments, you can review the controls. Well then, good luck and have fun. Alright. Evidence of a struggle. Yeah?
I assert that the one who was murdered was Miss Sayaka Maizona.
Well, yeah.
You know that part already. And the murder took place in the photo room.
In the bathroom. So it seems most likely that
The killer must have taken her by surprise while she was in the bathroom. She didn't even have a chance to resist.
No, it's wrong.
Alright.
Just a second, Chihiro. Try to remember how my room looked.
It's easier on controller.
With the way things had been damaged, I think we can definitely assume there was a struggle.
Thanks.
A struggle? Between who and who?
Between Sayaka and the killer, of course.
So you're saying Sayaka wasn't caught by surprise in the bathroom?
She must have been attacked in the main room first. Then, she ran to the bathroom to try and hide.
I was recommended controller in this game. Confirm it is much easier. Okay.
The killer followed her in, and that's where they finished the job.
That much should have been obvious after taking one look at the scene. It shouldn't even need explaining.
Sorry.
Okay, so what's next?
Next is the subject of the murder weapon.
Wow, this is starting to sound like a real trial.
We need to determine what was used to kill Sayaka. But we know that.
So what was used to kill her?
There was some kind of sharp object thrust into her stomach. Without a doubt, that is the murder weapon.
Okay.
So the killer used some random knife they had on him. How could anyone
Wait.
do something like that?
No, it
That
wasn't a
son of a
random
bitch.
knife. Because the object that was thrust into Sayaka's stomach, it was almost certainly the knife that disappeared from a certain location.
So what was used to kill her?
Okay.
There was some kind of sharp object.
So I get
thrust
to
into
do
her
it again
stomach.
if
Without a
I
doubt,
missed something.
that is the murder weapon.
So the killer used some random knife they had on him. How could anyone do something like that? That son of a bitch.
It's so weird hearing the English voices. Ah. Okay. Wait. Why
So
did I
what
miss
was
this
used
time?
to kill her?
Okay.
There was some kind of sharp object thrust into her stomach. Without a doubt, that is the murder weapon.
So the killer used some random knife they had on him.
There we go.
No, it's wrong.
It was just a little late.
No. I do think it was a knife, but not just any knife. I'm almost positive it was
okay.
a kitchen knife.
Huh? A kitchen knife?
After the murder, we discovered that one of the knives from the kitchen was missing.
Which means that knife must be the murder weapon.
Oh, yeah. I guess that makes sense. You could sort of see the weapon sticking out of her stomach. And if you look real close, I could totally see that being a kitchen knife.
Oh my gosh, Mondo.
Okay, so the murder weapon was a kitchen knife, but where does that get us? I mean, we all know Makoto killed her, right?
That's right. Makoto's room was the scene of the crime. What more proof do you need?
Hold on a second.
Let's draw our conclusions after we presented our arguments. Otherwise, what's the point of the trial?
Well, we can talk all we want. It's not going to change that conclusion.
I don't think that's true at all. I'm sure if we keep at it, something new will reveal itself.
You really believe that?
She's right. There's gotta be a breakthrough somewhere just waiting for us to find it. Because I know damn well I'm not the killer. Well, I would hope so. There's a bit more to learn about non-stop debates. Would you like to hear more? Absolutely! You can concentrate by holding down the space key. While you're concentrating, time will slow down so you can pay closer attention to what everyone's saying. On top of that, it'll steady your aim, making it easier to target potential weak spots. Leon is suspecting Makoto hard. I know! He's being a little sus. A little sus boy. trying to throw blame on me. He's being very confrontational. Concentrating like this consumes the focus gauge, and if this gauge empties, you can't concentrate. But the focus gauge will recover over time, so let your brain take a rest. No need to rush. Well then, good luck and have fun. Alright.
So I guess there's no question that the kitchen knife was the murder weapon.
Yeah.
But where does that get us?
Makoto must have taken it from the kitchen, right?
No.
You did it in secret when nobody was in the dining hall.
Somebody was in the
And then
dining hall.
he went and stabbed Sayaka with it.
Wait.
So you really did do it.
I totally hit it.
Yes, and it's been decided. We've reached the end.
No. Some way to prove I didn't take the knife. The person who was in the dining hall last night should be able to do it.
So I guess there's no question
Yeah.
that the kitchen knife was
A
the
bit
murder
low
weapon.
and slow. Well,
But where does that get us?
Makoto must have taken it from the kitchen, right? You did it in secret.
Come on.
When nobody.
that one. Alright.
No, it's wrong. Okay, wait. Hold on. I didn't take the knife from the kitchen.
Next, you're gonna say you're not the killer, right? Go ahead and say it all you want.
Well, what if I have a witness? What do you think, Hina?
Huh?
Remember what you were telling me earlier?
Well, I went to go get some tea from the kitchen last night, and all the knives were still there. But when I finished my tea and went back into the kitchen to wash my glass, one of the knives was gone. So you're saying the knife disappeared while you were drinking your tea in the dining hall? Yeah.
Just to be perfectly clear, the knife disappeared while you were in the dining hall, correct?
Alright. I'll get this, chat.
Yeah, that's right.
And at any point while you were there, did you ever see me come into the dining hall?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, he definitely wasn't there.
The knife disappeared while Hina was in the dining hall, but I wasn't there the entire time. In other words, there's no way I could have taken the knife.
Okay, then what about this? What if the idiot swimmer girl and Makoto are in on it together and lying to protect each other?
Oh?
Idiot swimmer girl? Oh, and more importantly, why would I get involved in something like that?
Speaking of which, I'd like to ask the bear, if there is an accomplice, do they also become blackened?
Ooh, good question. Also, not only is Leon being kind of confrontational and sus right now, but our little, I don't remember her name right now, but the stammering girl is definitely being very confrontational too. But I don't know if it's just because she's, I don't know, she doesn't really know anything, so she's just going based off the fact that it was in my room. Anywho.
So you ask, and so I shall answer.
I still think I know who it is.
Each murder is allowed to have an accomplice, but only the one who does the killing will get to graduate.
Okay, so if you have an accomplice, that doesn't really help.
So in other words, two people can work together, but one of them has no chance of profiting from it.
And it's just a liability because now somebody knows you did it.
Then there's no way anyone would work together, right?
But what if they did work together and they just didn't know about the rule?
That is also fair, Chihiro.
Good grief! Enough already! No, okay? There are no accomplices in this case! Oops! Did I say that out loud?
Thank you, Monokuma.
Anyway, I didn't go to the dining hall, and I didn't take the knife. So I'm not the killer.
Okay, so then, who did take the knife? Hina seems the obvious candidate. After all, she just said she was in the dining hall. No way! I swear it wasn't me!
Sure, but can you or anyone else prove that?
I can.
That's right. Sakura was with me the entire time I was drinking my tea.
And you completely forgot to mention that?
I hate to have to ask, but just to be sure, Sakura's...
Me.
Right.
But then, couldn't either one of them have grabbed the knife?
Actually, no. Because, well...
Just spit it out already.
I stayed in Hina's room last night.
Oh?
I got so scared thanks to those creepy videos. I wasn't really thinking, I just asked her to stay over. Which means we have airtight alibis.
Alright.
You stayed over? Doesn't that violate one of the school regulations?
We're not allowed to sleep anywhere but the dorms, but it doesn't say we have to stay in our assigned room, so I don't think that's a problem.
It is a problem! A boy and a girl spending the night together? It's unwholesome!
Taka.
But I'm a girl.
She's wearing a... Yeah.
You are? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry!
Yeah,
but if it wasn't either of you, then what other possibility is there?
Actually, there is one other possibility. Right, Hina?
Oh, yeah, that's true! One other person did come to the dining hall while we were there.
Why didn't you say so in the first place?
Well, because they're not here anymore.
Oh. Someone who's not here? What are you talking about?
Sayaka. She's the one who came to the dining hall. And then later, she wound up dead.
So she grabbed a knife, probably for self-defense, because she still hadn't found anything for self-defense. And then the murderer used that against her. Sayaka? Okay, so the person who took the knife from the kitchen was... I gotta switch between them because I can't do both.
Then, Sayaka is the one who took the knife?
She just said that.
That's the only possibility. And thinking back on it, she was acting kind of unusual.
I bet.
When she came into the dining hall, she didn't even look at us. She just went straight to the kitchen. As she left, she said she just wanted a drink of water. But most likely...
And the person who took the knife was the victim herself.
I'm sure she just took it for self-defense.
So you're saying the knife she took was then taken from her, and she was killed with it? In that case, you may not have taken the knife, but you still could have killed her.
That's true. Alright. Got turned against us again.
He did do it after all.
No, you're wrong.
So, that's how you would twist the argument and send us all off in the wrong direction? You possess a most terrifying talent.
Damn, if I don't do something, they're gonna blame me for the murder. Don't they understand? If they convict me, everyone's going to die.
Hold on. It's still too early to decide conclusively that Makoto is the killer, wouldn't you say?
Where are you going?
Because you see, if the room did belong to the killer, then they did something most bewildering. And until we unravel that little mystery, you simply can't declare that he's the killer.
Bewildering? What the hell are you talking about?
Something was missing from the scene of the crime that by all rights should have been there. You know what I'm talking about, don't you?
Yeah, the hair. Your first Hangman's Gambit. Would you like to begin? Would you like to hear more? Or is about to begin? Absolutely! As things advance further in a class trial, the Hangman's Gambit will eventually take place. The point of this is to reveal an important phrase related to the incident in question. You'll have to deduce the phrase from the letters flying around and the letters already known. Complete the phrase by shooting down the letters in the right order. Use the mouse to aim and then press the left mouse button to shoot the desired letters. If you shoot down the wrong letters, you'll suffer damage to your influence gauge. Oh, great. If this gauge reaches 0, or if you run out of time, you fail. Well then, good luck, and have fun. Something that should have been at the scene, but wasn't. That must be the crucial point. But you just figure out what that thing is. Okay, I know what it is, though. Okay, I need an A. And... wait. Okay. And an R.
Now I understand. That's right. There wasn't a single hair on the floor.
So, the culprit removed some evidence?
Yes. And if I were the culprit, why would I need to get rid of all the hair in my own room? It wouldn't be unusual at all to find my hair at the crime scene if the crime scene is in my room.
Okay. Well, Bree, since you know the game, don't worry about if you have to duck out for a little bit for that one. It's totally understandable.
The reason all the hair was gone was to remove any trace that Sayaka had ever been there. That makes sense, does it not?
No. If that were the case, they would have had to do something about the body itself, not just her hair.
Yes, very true, very true.
Okay, then why wasn't there any hair on the ground?
The killer got rid of it all, of course, to remove any trace that they had ever been there.
Wait, then that means...
Precisely. It's simply beyond reason to believe that the room's owner and the killer are one and the same.
Then, Makoto isn't the culprit?
Are you sure we can decide something so important based solely on the absence of some hair?
No. There are other reasons that prove why Makoto couldn't have done it.
I would like to hear these reasons.
Do you remember anything remarkable about the bathroom at the scene? Sayaka was attacked in the main room first, then fled into the bathroom, right?
Yeah, then they ran after her, got into the bathroom, and stabbed her.
And how did the killer get into the bathroom? Did they have any trouble with it?
Indeed.
What do you mean?
It's fairly certain that the killer had some trouble getting into the bathroom. There was clear evidence left behind. Do you remember, Makoto?
The killer struggled getting into the bathroom, and the evidence that proves that is the object the killer broke. Yes.
I got it! Evidence that the killer had trouble getting into the bathroom. You're talking about the doorknob, right?
Huh? The doorknob? What doorknob?
The doorknob for my bathroom. It was completely broken. See how the top part was unscrewed? And the doorknob's about ready to fall off?
Oh yeah, true. But what does it mean?
In trying to bypass the lock, they ended up nearly removing the entire doorknob. This is another most bewildering act for the room's owner. It proves Makoto is beyond suspicion.
So what?
All
You're saying he
right.
wouldn't break the door in his own room? But if the only choice you have is to break it, you break it. There's nothing bewildering about it.
You still don't see? Okay then. Let's take another look at how the incident unfolded. Hopefully that will help you understand.
Kyoto said it was a bewildering act. I almost didn't notice it at first, but is that the key point here? There's a little more to learn about non-stop debates. Would you like to hear more? Absolutely! From here on out, the number of weak spots will start going up. But no matter how many weak spots, there's essentially only one lie or contradiction in that debate. What I'm trying to say is, not all weak spots you see are necessarily false. Use a truth bullet on the wrong one, and not only will you fail to refute what they said, but you will also lower your trust with everyone, and your influence gauge will take damage. Now this is important because if your influence gauge reaches 0, you fail. You'll have to rely on your own logic to determine which weak points spots are actually lies or contradictions. Well then, good luck and have fun. Okay.
The incident took place in Makoto's room. Sayaka was first attacked in the main room.
Yeah.
She then fled into the bathroom.
Then the killer ran after her.
Presumably.
And they got into the bathroom.
At that point, the killer had to try and bust down the door. Because Sayaka had locked it.
No, that's not true.
And finally,
No!
the culprit had Sayaka cornered.
And to finish the job, they stabbed her with the kitchen knife.
It was you, wasn't it, Makoto? Admit it.
We just said it
We
wasn't
already
me.
know the answer.
You Dorcas. It's not because the door was locked. No, there was a different reason entirely. Yeah.
Took place in Makoto's room. Sayaka was first attacked
Oops.
in the main room.
No, I made a mistake. I'm sorry.
The incident took place in Makoto's room. Sayaka was first attacked in the main room. She then fled into the bathroom.
Then the killer ran after her.
That's right.
And they got into the bathroom.
At that point, the killer had to try and
No.
bust down the door. Because Sayaka
Oh wait,
had
no,
locked
that
it.
one.
And finally, the culprit had Sayaka cornered.
And to finish the job, they stabbed her with the kitchen knife.
It was you, wasn't it, Makoto? Admit it. We already know the answer.
You're just... Yeah, I know what it
The
is.
incident took place in Makoto's room. Sayaka was first attacked in the main room.
Orange text.
She then
Okay.
fled into the bathroom.
Not at the person. Okay.
Then the killer ran after her.
Somehow I missed that.
And they got into the bathroom.
At that point, the killer had to try and bust down the door. Because Sayaka had locked it.
Not locked it.
And finally, the culprit had Sayaka
Little
cornered.
too high.
And to finish the job, they stabbed her with the kitchen knife.
This is infuriating.
You, wasn't it, Makoto? Admit it. We already know the answer.
Yep.
The incident took place in Makoto's room. Sayaka was first attacked in the main room. She then fled into the bathroom.
Then the killer ran after her. And they got into the bathroom.
At that point, the killer had to try and bust down the door. Because Sayaka had locked it.
Thank you.
No, it's wrong.
Oy.
The reason my bathroom didn't open wasn't because it was locked. After all, the girls' rooms are the only ones with walking bathrooms, right?
Yes, now that you mention it, that is true.
That's kind of curious though. Why would the girls' rooms be the only ones with locks on it? Why would they need locks on their bathroom doors as well as their actual doors? They're not sharing bathrooms.
Then why didn't your bathroom door open?
Because it was stuck. Huh? What are you talking about? My bathroom door doesn't fit in the frame quite right. Monokuma over there can testify to that.
Yup, true as true can be. But you know, you're supposed to be the ultimate lucky student, right? But to have such a cruddy door.
Eyes breaking in.
That's not
Yeah, but
lucky at all.
their room doors are locked. If they lock them. So, I don't know.
So the reason the door didn't open was just because it was stuck. But the killer didn't know that and assumed it was locked. So they tore apart the doorknob to get in.
Okay, but then why would the killer even think the door was locked in the first place? Everyone should have known you can't lock any of the boys' bathrooms.
The killer could easily make that mistake, thanks to one important detail about the scene of the crime.
Oh yeah. The killer was convinced the bathroom door was locked, so they didn't know that the door actually couldn't be locked. In other words, the important detail about the scene of the crime that they didn't know was, well, that the crime took place in my room? But we all know it took place in my room. But the nameplates were switched.
I got it! The killer must not have realized that it was my room.
Okay.
What? Are you saying the culprit didn't even know where he was? That's inconceivable.
And yet, he's absolutely right.
Say what?
Well, to be more specific, what the killer didn't know was that Makoto and Sayaka had switched rooms, which is what led to the misunderstanding about the bathroom. If Sayaka had been in her own room, then
there would have been a lock on the door, and they would have had to break through.
So they had no idea how unnecessary their actions were.
ultimately, we can't know if it came open by force or simply by accident. But the killer must have been considerably confused, with no idea how they actually got the door opened.
Regardless, it was a pointless act. Wasting time trying to break down a door that wasn't locked is...
definitely something I wouldn't do, since I would have known exactly why it wasn't opening, right?
That is a definite possibility.
So the killer would have to be someone who didn't know they'd switched rooms?
Then Makoto couldn't have done it.
That's what I've been trying to tell you.
Okay, then who did do it?
I'm sorry, but I give up. Quit without saving.
He threw me.
But what happens if we can't decide on who we think did it?
Well, why don't we just vote right now? Majority rules.
Taka.
Majority rules? You really think that's a good idea?
Someone's looking a little nervous.
Yeah, our necks are on the line here. Someone seriously needs to do something. For serious.
Thanks,
Does no
Hero.
one have any other thoughts or questions? It does not matter how trivial they may seem.
Oh, as a matter of fact, I do have one question.
Okay.
Oh, you...
You don't gotta sound so disappointed.
It's fine, it's fine. Just ask your question.
Oh yeah. Okay, so, well, I was just wondering, how did the culprit get into Makoto's room in the first place?
Yes. How did the killer get inside?
Maybe Sayaka just dropped the key somewhere and the culprit picked it up. That's possible, right?
I don't think so. That seems way too convenient.
Then maybe someone picked the lock?
Ooh.
Negative. If you remember, Monokuma made it quite clear that the locks are all unpickable.
Fine. How about this? The killer got in the easy way. They could have knocked and said they wanted to talk or something, and Miss Maizono just let him in.
No, that can't be it either.
Oh, trying to argue against me? Sounds like someone doesn't know his place.
You.
Hello? Why exactly can't that be it?
Makoto hasn't... Hi, Pano. Welcome back. Because she asked me to do something in particular because of how frightened she was. That's the answer right there. There's no way Sayaka let someone in because... Okay, so it has to be this one. Okay, yeah, because this mentions why she...
I got it! Because Sayaka was already scared, remember? That's why she asked me to switch rooms in the first place.
The same goes for you, Sayaka. No matter who it is. Don't... we've done this cutscene. Or this flashback twice. I'm not going to read these again.
knowing what she'd been through, I just can't believe she would have opened the door for anyone.
What if her being scared was a lie?
Huh? Well, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Why would she lie about something like that?
I know you don't want to consider it, but look at this and tell me. Can you still deny the possibility?
There's something I want to talk to you about. Just us two. In 5 minutes, come see me in my room. Check the nameplates to make sure you don't get the wrong room, okay?
I found a notepad during my search, and I shaded in the top sheet with a pencil.
We completely ignored that when we looked through it.
And these are the words that appear.
Oh man! I've totally seen people do that on detective shows. When you write, it can leave an imprint. Sketch over the next sheet of paper, and you can see the words. When I saw that, I was like, holy crap! I'd better make sure I rip the paper out before I use it from now on.
It's a pretty old-fashioned technique, but even the classics can be surprisingly useful sometimes.
Interesting.
Oh, and I should also mention, I found the notepad on the desk in Makoto's room.
Huh?
Which means only someone who had been in Makoto's room before the incident could have written it.
Then either it was Makoto who lived there, or Sayaka who switched rooms for a single night.
This is the thing I said oh to earlier? Oh, okay.
So, Makoto, did you write this?
No, I didn't. But...
Of course you didn't, because the note also bears a perfectly legible signature. Sayaka's signature.
Then, that note, Sayaka wrote it?
But why? Why would she write that?
The note was likely her way of getting in touch with a certain someone. She must have slid it under their door to let them know she wanted to meet with them in secret.
If you got an invitation like that from the ultimate pop sensation, what young man could resist?
Of course, I'm only into 2D, so it wouldn't have any effect on me.
But can we be sure anyone even got this note? And honestly, even if they did, I do not think they are at all involved in what happened.
Huh? What makes you say that?
Would you like to hear what I have to say?
Indeed, Celeste.
Very well then. Pay attention. Sayaka and Makoto switched rooms, correct? But in the note, the place they were asked to come to, it specifically says, my room.
I see. So if someone read that note, then they would have gone to Sayaka's room.
Exactly. The room that Makoto was staying in. So in other words, even if someone did read the note and did what it said, they would not have any connection to what happened.
It certainly would seem that way.
The killer went to my room instead of Sayaka's, and the reason for that is it has to be because of what got switched between Maya and Sayaka's rooms. I missed something.
Makoto switched rooms, correct?
That's right.
But no, the place they were asked to come to, it specifically says my room.
That's right.
I see. So if someone read that note,
so it has to be the
then
last
they
one.
would have gone to Sayaka's room.
Exactly. The room that Makoto was staying in.
Ah.
No, it's wrong.
Alright.
The nameplates on Mai and Sayaka's rooms got switched.
Oh, okay.
They got switched?
That's right. The nameplates got switched, just like the rooms themselves. As a result, the nameplate on Sayaka's room actually had Makoto's name.
That was kind of
The
subtle.
nameplate on
I'm not
Makoto's
gonna
room
lie.
had Sayaka's.
So what you're saying is, the room Sayaka was staying in was actually marked as her room.
Then, if someone did do what the note said, they would end up at Makoto's room where Sayaka was.
Plus, their rooms are right next to each other, so switching the nameplates would be no problem.
But who switched the nameplates?
And the
And
one
why?
who switched the names was... Well, of course it wasn't you, right, Makoto?
Right? Okay, then who did it?
There's only one person who could have switched the nameplates. The only other person who knew we had switched rooms. Well, yeah, the killer. The killer had to be the one to switch the nameplates. Hey, sorry to burst your bubble, but they had no idea that they were actually in your room, right? Actually, yeah, you're right.
Shoot!
Looks like I just embarrassed myself. Oh no! But, oh, so Sayaka had to have switched the nameplates? Why?
I got it! Me and Sayaka were the only ones who ever knew about us switching rooms.
Okay, that makes sense, but I don't understand why she would switch the nameplates.
So the only other person besides me who would even know to switch the nameplates is Sayaka.
You can also infer as much from her note.
So they were she was trying to lure somebody into the room. Why? First plot twist. Yeah. Okay. So she lured the killer into Makoto's room, making them think it was Sayaka's room. But why? Unless she was planning on murdering them in Makoto's room and framing Makoto. But then that doesn't make sense because Makoto would, well, if it was her word against his, that could make some sense. I pointed this out earlier.
She specifically tells the reader to check the nameplate.
Yeah, she did take the knife. So, I mean, that could mean she was planning to murder whoever she sent the note to, and it failed.
She would only have written that if she knew the nameplates had been switched.
But why would she switch them in the first place?
Yeah, we took a break, Pano. I forgot.
She wanted someone to come to the room she was in, and also hide the fact that it was Makoto's room.
What did I forget? I noticed a lot of things. Hold on.
What?
Inviting someone
right.
to your room, but not telling them you'd switched rooms.
I was saying
Why
for
would
when I'm
anyone
ready.
do that?
All right. Note to self: do not take a break before a trial. Just before a trial. Gather evidence, trial, then take a break. Or take a break, evidence, trial. Not in between the two. Okay. I was trying to remember. Taka noticed the nameplates had been switched. The crystal ball was thrown through the grate in this trash room to hit the button to incinerate things. There was a cloth sleeve on the floor that had been burnt. Okay, in the room. So the person that... Okay, so the person that Sayaka lured into the room had to have been the one to grab the sword to defend themselves from Sayaka. Okay. Terrible things to get this far, and I'd do anything to achieve my dreams and not take my eyes off it for a second. Yeah, Leon said that. Oh, no. Sayaka said that. Right. Leon's thinking about being a singer, and Leon's my prime suspect right now. No, he doesn't want to be a singer. He wants to... Yeah, he wants to be a singer. So, did she lure him in because she was afraid he would overtake her? Being like the new thing in town?
To understand that, we first need to understand what happened after she invited the person into the room. That's where the answer lies.
What happened then was probably...
So then was Sayaka killed out of self-defense then? By accident, maybe?
Whoever she invited over came in and attacked her! We figured it out! We know who did it! Whoever she invited over is the culprit!
But we still don't know who it is, you goddamn idiot!
Sayaka fought with her killer there in the room, yes?
And if it's done by accident, does it count as a murder? For Monokuma's sake? Probably. I mean, it is a death.
Perhaps the answer to our previous question lies in that initial struggle.
Yes, I think you're right.
Then... we just have to figure out what happened during the fight, right?
That reminds me. There was a replica sword at the murder scene. Was that perhaps used during the fight?
Oh yeah. What's the deal with that sword?
Sayaka suggested I should hold on to it. I thought it might come in handy if I had to defend myself. It seems pretty likely that the killer used it to break Sayaka's right wrist.
How the hell could you possibly know that's what broke her wrist?
No, we didn't see what was on Leon's vid. We've only seen our own and Sayaka's. The reason I know Sayaka's wrist was broken with the fake sword is because when you look at her wrist, there's no doubt. Okay.
I got it! All you have to do is take a good look at her broken wrist, and it should become pretty clear. Right there where her wrist is all swollen, there's something glittery there. See?
Is that gold?
It sure is. Specifically, the gold coating from the replica sword. You barely have to touch that stuff, and it'll stick right to you. And there's some on her wrist because...
I got it! Because she got hit with the sword, right there on her wrist!
Good job, Taka.
I see. And so the truth draws ever closer.
Alright, then it's about time to solve this mystery.
What happened in my room and what led to Sayaka's death, that's what we need to make clear. There's a bit more to learn about non-stop debates. Would you like to hear more? Absolutely. Am I getting used to these non-stop debates? Kind of. Starting with the next debate, I'll start loading multiple truth bullets into your truth cylinder. But just like with the weak points, only one of those bullets can actually refute the proper statement. In other words, from here on out, you'll have to combine the right truth bullets with the right weak spots to refute each statement. What? If you come up with the wrong combination, you'll take damage to your influence gauge. You can press the Q key to rotate the cylinder and choose which button to fire. Oh no. I have to Okay, and it's only giving me the controls for these things for keyboard. So I have no idea what they are for controller, even if I wanted to use controller. Alright. Press and release the Q to cycle through each bullet. So I'm going to have to slow it down so I can cycle through. Or you can use the mouse wheel. Well, that's easier, maybe. By the way, if the logic difficulty is set to kind, fewer bullets will be loaded in the cylinder. Thank goodness. Try and find out. No. Yeah, this doesn't give me... You think it's the bumpers? Okay. Yeah, it doesn't give me controls at all. They're all keyboard ones. Somehow I, okay. For our purposes this time, the logic difficulty be set to mean. But wait, it's no! Well then, good luck and have fun. But oh my gosh. Oh no.
When the fighting broke out, the culprit grabbed the sword, and that's when the first blow was dealt. A sword-based sneak attack.
And that's what broke Miss Maizono's wrist.
Okay.
So she tried to fight back. She grabbed the kitchen knife she had hidden in her leg.
But then the culprit took that from her too.
And they killed her with it.
And that's exactly what happened.
Okay. Alright.
When the fighting broke out, the culprit grabbed the sword, and that's when the first blow was dealt. A sword-based sneak attack.
Ah.
That's what broke Miss Maizono's
I haven't figured out the control on the controllers for shooting the truth bullet yet.
She grabbed the kitchen knife she had hidden in her leg.
Which is probably the trigger since it doesn't seem to be the A button. Alright.
And that's
Hold on.
exactly what happened.
Nope. Okay.
When the fighting broke out, the culprit grabbed the sword, and that's when the first blow was dealt. A sword-based sneak attack.
Nope, it's not the trigger.
That's what broke Miss Maizono's wrist.
So she tried to fight back.
It DM'd
She
me.
grabbed the kitchen knife she had hidden in her leg.
But then the culprit took that from her too.
And they killed her with it.
Oh, my Discord is being weird.
Exactly what happened.
It's not loading anything right now. Okay. 4 base buttons.
When the fighting broke out, the culprit grabbed the sword, and that's when the first blow was dealt. A sword-based sneak attack.
Okay.
No, that's wrong.
Yeah. Or just switch to my mouse every
Actually,
once in a
no.
while.
I don't think the fight started with the sword.
Why not?
Because the sword sheath had been scratched. See? There's a gash in it.
Something sharp. You mean like the kitchen knife?
Stop jumping ahead. Slow down and explain it so I get what the hell's
There we
going
go.
on.
Why to shoot bullet? Okay. Concentration is the right bumper. The left bumper is to cycle hold to view all. Okay.
If the sword was used first, there wouldn't be any explanation for the scratch on the sheath.
A little bit. Yeah, it does.
If you are going to attack with the sword, you
Thank
take
you.
it out of the sheath first, right?
That's true. With the sheath on, it'd be heavy and bulky and useless as shit.
Okay, so how did the sheath get damaged?
If they got attacked with the kitchen knife, maybe they grabbed the sword as a defensive impulse. In that situation, there wouldn't be any time to actually unsheath the sword.
So you're saying the sword was initially used to defend against an attack from the knife?
Which means whoever had the kitchen knife was the one who attacked first.
I think I get it. So here's how it all played out. The culprit came in, found the kitchen knife hidden there somewhere. Then they took the knife and attacked Sayaka before she knew what was happening.
Nope.
So she grabbed the sword to defend herself.
Don't think
but then
that's
the
what
culprit
happened.
Took that from her too. Then, after they broke her wrist with the sword, they took the knife and finished it.
Sorry, but I don't think Sayaka used the sword to defend herself.
What? How the hell can you not think that?
There's no gold on her hands.
Because she never held the sword at all. There's a certain part of her body that makes this clear.
The part of the body that shows she never used the sword. If you wanted to use the sword, which part of your body would have to touch it?
I got it! You're talking about her palms, right? The palms of her hands were perfectly clean, so I don't think she ever picked up the sword.
How can you know that just by looking at her palms?
Like I said before, the gold coating on that sword comes right off. All you have to do is touch it. In fact, if you look, you'll notice that a lot of the gold has already come off the handle. It's safe to assume that's because whoever used the sword got some of it on their hands. There's really no way she could have picked it up and come away completely clean.
Maybe she washed her hands after she escaped into the bathroom.
Oh yeah. You're in the middle of a fight. You took time to wash your hands in the bathroom?
Sorry, but I don't think so.
Why do you say that? Is it because you think I'm ugly?
Can I ask how that's a logical leap? How did...
No, that's not it at all.
There's no way Sayaka washed the gold coating off her hands because there's a certain regulation that talks about what happens to the bathrooms at night. Oh yeah, the water's turned off.
I got it!
That too.
According to the Monokuma file, Sayaka's time of death was around 1:30 a.m. In other words, at nighttime. And the water in the bathroom shuts off at nighttime, right?
Oh, I didn't know that. Actually, I haven't taken a shower here yet.
What? Toko is really cool later. Fair.
You're no different. You smell like a big fat ugly donkey.
Oh gosh.
I'm not sure whether to take that as an insult or a compliment.
An insult, obviously.
So anyway, if Sayaka never touched the sword, then that means the killer is the only one who used the sword.
Alright, peeps, show us your hands.
But hold on. If that's right, then the one who damaged the sheath with the kitchen knife was...
Good job, Taka. The one who damaged the sheath would have to have been the one without the sword. Sayaka.
Sayaka? She had the kitchen knife?
But we already said that the attack started with...
The person with the knife attacked first, and the sword was used as an impromptu defense.
Then the one who attacked first was...
Sayaka?
Now do you understand? She wasn't a blameless victim in this.
No, far from it. It's almost as if she'd been planning to commit a murder of her own.
What? Although the dead classmates are in part of the trial, that has to be for a reason besides him just not wanting them to be left out.
She took the knife from the kitchen, then invited the culprit to the room she was staying in. And if it's true that she had the kitchen knife and attacked without provocation...
Indeed. These are all the actions of an assailant.
Which brings up another point. Makoto, Sayaka was the one who suggested you two switch rooms, correct? Maybe the reason she wanted to switch rooms was so that she could pin the crime on you. That is a possibility, is it not?
Sayaka wanted to... on me?
Our assistant. The betrayal.
That would also explain why she would switch the nameplates. She wanted to get whoever she had targeted to come to Makoto's room where she was staying.
Celeste says Makoto's name interesting, and I like it.
And by committing the murder there, instead of her room, that would implicate Makoto. But for that to
Makoto.
work, the target had to be lured out while still keeping the room swap a secret. If the target knew she had switched rooms, they would have become suspicious right away.
So all that's why she switched the names?
But doesn't that plan seem a little risky? For one thing, even if her plan worked, Mr. Naegi would just tell everyone they'd switched rooms.
Like you believed that we did this time.
I don't know. I'm not sure our soft-hearted Makoto is capable of that kind of cutthroat behavior. I'm sure Sayaka realized the same thing, which is why out of all of us, she asked him to switch rooms.
Plus, she was the ultimate pop sensation. A totally forgettable kid. Or a national superstar. Who are you more likely to believe?
Wait, then you're saying she had this all planned out?
Holy shit!
But in the end, her plan backfired. She launched her attack with the knife, then found herself under attack in turn. That must be when her wrist got broken, and she was forced to drop the knife.
The tables were suddenly turned on her, and she died at the hands of the one she'd planned to murder.
Just hold on! That can't be true! Because...
Hey! You guys have totally derailed the argument. You're being super boring right now. Come on, hurry up and decide who did it. Wouldn't it be awful if I had to punish you all just because you ran out of time?
Oh yeah, we gotta decide who we think did it.
Makoto, right now you just need to concentrate on figuring out the answer to this mystery. If we can't uncover who murdered Sayaka, it's over for all of us.
Is it really all over? Obviously, I'm committed to finding out who killed her, but what can I do? I mean, as far as clues go, there's nothing left. Yes, there is. Dying message. Yep.
It's easy just to say, hey, decide who did it. But there just aren't any more clues, right?
Come here. Oh.
Then let's review all the
No,
clues we
that was
found
late.
up to this point one more time. Shoot.
Start over. I forgot which one was the trigger button.
But there just aren't any more clues, right?
There we go.
No, it's wrong. There still might be one clue left. Sayaka's dying message.
Dining? Wait, what did you say?
Dining? Leon?
The dying message. She wrote something on the wall behind her, remember? 11037. Written in her own blood. There must be a clue about the killer hidden in there.
Well, before we get too far into that, I need to ask, can we really be sure that Sayaka is the one who wrote it?
Oh. Could somebody be pinning this on Leon? There's no question that Sayaka wrote that message, and I can prove it. Oh yeah! No, it was Sayaka.
I got it! Her left index finger had blood on it. That could only be because she used that finger to write the message.
I
She's
see.
left-handed.
She broke her right wrist
Oh,
during
no.
the fight.
Or the
So
wrist
she'd
is
have to use her left hand to write.
Sure. I think we can all agree Sayaka wrote it. But still, what the heck do those numbers mean? What?
Hey, Chihiro.
Oops.
You're a computer nerd or whatever, right? You should know all about numbers and shit.
No, that's not... Yes, I'm a programmer, but I don't see any kind of meaning in these numbers.
Of course. It's because they're not numbers.
Oh, yeah, it looks like...
Huh? What? What?
No, it's just... look at the numbers, assuming they're not numbers. Don't these first two, 1-1, look less like two numbers and more like one letter?
Ah, you're right. The connecting line is barely there, so I assumed it was 1-1, but looking at it now, you could also read it as an N.
Whoa, you might have finally just said something worth a shit.
Our little gray cells are really getting excited now.
But even if that really is an N037, doesn't make any more sense than before.
Damn it, it's no use. I just don't know.
Rotate the image 180 degrees.
Huh? Rotate it? I think maybe I see something.
Oh my god. Now I see. She wrote down the killer's name.
Huh? You just shot past the clue part and right onto who did it.
So, whose name did she write?
Sayaka's dying message reveals the real killer's name. If you turn her message 180 degrees, it should become crystal clear.
Here's my answer.
Leon. Not Leon.
The key
I mean,
to
I knew
solving
it,
this
but...
mystery was simply to rotate the writing 180 degrees. If you turn the message around, it becomes the letters L-E-O-N. L-E-O-N. Or more accurately, Leon.
What?
What the hell are you talking about? It's just a coincidence.
Right.
It's just a bunch of random squiggles that happen to look like my name.
No, it's not random at all.
Not to
She
mention...
wrote that message on the wall behind her as she was leaning up against it. In that position, she couldn't move to write normally, and had to write upside down, as it were. And as a result, when you look at it standing in front of her, it ends up getting flipped. Try it for yourself if you want. Write something sitting like her, and the letters will be inverted.
That sounds like one hell of a stretch to me. I'm the killer? You can't just go and say shit like that.
If you're not the killer, then why did you try to destroy the evidence?
Huh?
Oh yeah, his shirts are buttoned with the sleeves, aren't they?
You know what I'm talking about, right, Makoto? The evidence Leon tried to get rid of?
Mm-hmm. I missed it.
I got it! You mean the burnt shirt piece I found laying on the ground by the incinerator, right?
As the killers stabbed Sayaka, they must have gotten some of her blood on them. And to dispose of the shirt covered in the victim's blood, they threw it into the incinerator.
But one piece burned off and got left behind.
And the killer didn't notice. If they had, they most certainly would have panicked. Isn't that right, Leon?
Is one scrap of fabric enough to conclude that Leon is guilty?
Oh, we have more.
Yeah, I mean, Leon's not the only one wearing a white button-up.
That's right. There are plenty of other people here with shirts like mine. With just that one little charred piece, there's no way you can say for sure who it belongs to.
You're right. That alone isn't enough. But there are some other points that may reveal the truth.
Are you finally starting to understand? The answers to all the riddles are right here.
Yeah, I think so.
The burnt remains of the button-up shirt, which the killer wasn't able to get rid of. There's something else about it we need to pay attention to in order to figure out who's responsible.
I got it! If you look closely at how the shirt was disposed of, we should be able to figure out who the killer is.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I think I know what you're gonna say.
Oh yeah?
You can't reach the incinerator without opening the gate in front of the trash room, right? And obviously, you wouldn't be able to hit the switch to turn it on either. you need the key to get in. And the one with the key
Oh.
was the person on cleaning duty.
I see what you're
So
doing
the
now.
killer had to be whoever was in charge of taking care of the trash, right?
Oh, just noticed you had a tongue piercing.
Interesting.
You feel me? No, that's wrong. There was another way to use the incinerator without being the one on cleaning duty. And that's exactly what proves that Leon is the real killer.
The key to the trash room. Whoever was on cleaning duty must have had it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the only one who could get to the incinerator was the person in charge of the trash?
And you'd
Ah!
No.
It worked anyway.
Hold on. I think I know how someone could dispose of the evidence without using the trash room key.
That was really lucky.
But if you can't get past the gate, you couldn't possibly turn on the incinerator, could you?
Yes, you could. If you used this.
What is it, some kind of glass ball? It's busted to hell.
Actually, it was supposed to be a crystal ball,
But how would you use it?
The killer had to use the glass ball in a certain way, which was to fine with it.
I got it! The killer simply took aim at the incinerator switch and threw the ball through a gap in the gate. All they had to do was hit that switch, and the incinerator would come to life.
Someone threw that through a gap in the gate?
Remember what you said before, Hifumi?
I don't want to read this again.
Hifumi had the key, so the only way the incinerator could have been turned on without his knowledge was because the killer was able to hit the switch without opening the gate. Once they'd gotten the incinerator going, all they had to do was ball up the shirt and toss it in.
Hey, come on! What the hell is this?
All you have to do is look at the scene to know that the killer never actually went inside the trash room. The shards of broken glass, the incinerator left running, the piece of shirt that escaped the fire. If the killer had been on cleaning duty, the evidence would have been taken care of much more thoroughly.
Wait, no, just hold on.
But the distance from the gate to the incinerator has to be at least 30 feet, right? For pinpoint accuracy, you'd need to throw a glass ball that far and hit something that small. Could someone really do that?
That's right. There's no way. It'd be impossible.
Oh yeah, Mr. Baseball Star?
Difficult, absolutely. Impossible? I don't think so. Because the killer is...
It wouldn't have been much of a challenge at all for the killer because... Ultimate Baseball Star.
Because the killer is the ultimate baseball star. Isn't that right, Leon?
Lev, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Please make sure you read the rules so you don't get timed out by me, Ahmad, or Nightbot. Pretty chill here, and right now we're playing Danganronpa, which is like a murder mystery kind of anime style game, story game. So we escaped the people pit. Awesome. We're in the middle of our... Oh yes, thank you, Zana, for plugging that content wording. We're in the middle of solving our first murder, so... Welcome, welcome, welcome. But yes, I've never played this game. I have never seen a playthrough of this game, so I have no idea if there's going to be anything in here that could be triggering or anything like that. So please, please, please take care. If you have to dip out for any reason, I understand, and it's perfectly valid, and please, please do. All right. We're in the we're about ready to, beyond a shadow of a doubt, convict Leon here, sadly.
A target 30 feet away would surely be little challenge for the ultimate baseball star.
You can't be serious. I'm not the killer. These goddamn shipper brains have got it all wrong, I'm telling you!
Prove it, Leon. Please.
You still won't admit it? Okay then. Makoto, go ahead and review the incident one more time to make his crime perfectly clear.
Yes, Kyoko.
And with that, we can end this.
Listen to me! What the hell do you mean end this?
Say what you want, Leon. But all the questions have been answered. And the truth has been revealed. Now here's what happened.
The closing argument is about to begin. Would you like to hear more? Absolutely. Every case has one last element to bring the class trial to an end. This is the closing argument. In this phase, you will give a complete summary of the case. You'll have to reproduce the flow of events for the case in the form of a comic book. Okay. However, you'll notice that in the comic, there are a number of pieces missing. It is up to you to complete the comic using the provided truth panels. Also, if you take aim at a missing section and press the left mouse button, holy cow, you'll get a hint that might lead to a breakthrough. Well then, good luck and have fun. Lovely. Okay, so... interesting. So this would be... Oh. Okay. Oh, because it's manga style, it's in the opposite direction. That makes total sense. Okay. So they come in, she's planning to kill them. And then... yeah, that definitely makes a difference. Okay. No, wait. That's gotta go there, right? No. Then we drop the knife. Oh shoot, we're missing panels. Okay. There are more panels. Okay. Okay, so this. Oh, nope. This one we'll move there for now. Because they had to get in first. Oh. Hold on. This one goes here. And then this one goes here. I don't have to use all the panels. Okay, good. Act 3. Come back to that one. That one goes there. That one goes there. That one goes there. Knife drop was already covered. Yeah? Okay. So it'd be that one. That one.
The killer is you! I think I'd better take one more look back at the case from the beginning. killer went to the room Sayaka was in. And up from what we can tell, Sayaka invited that person there intending to kill them.
A little early.
She attacked them with the knife she'd taken from the kitchen earlier. But then something happened that she wasn't prepared for. They grabbed the fake sword I'd put in my room and fought back. During the struggle, a strike from the sword broke Sayaka's right wrist.
The manga scenes are great.
And that's when she lost her grip on the kitchen knife. Finding herself cornered, Sayaka panicked and ran into the bathroom. The killer went after her, but couldn't get the bathroom door open. What they didn't know was that my bathroom door got stuck easily, and there was a trick to opening it. Sayaka knew about that because I told her, but of course the killer had no way of knowing.
How I like the class trial? It's interesting.
So instead, the killer forced the door open,
Oops.
and stabbed Sayaka.
Alright.
But with what strength she had remaining, Sayaka left a dying message. To keep the killer from noticing, she wrote it on the wall behind her. And with that, all her strength was gone. With Sayaka dead, the killer quickly began destroying the evidence. First, they took off their shirt, which was covered in their victim's blood. Then they took the lint roller in my room and cleaned up the entire area. They wanted to make sure they got rid of any trace they'd ever been there. Afterwards, the killer headed to the trash room to destroy their bloody shirt. They tried to burn the shirt using the incinerator there, but the trash room was blocked off by an especially sturdy gate, preventing access to the incinerator. So they came up with a plan to use Hero's crystal ball, which he left in the laundry room. The killer managed to throw the ball through the gap in the gate and hit the incinerator switch. For any normal person, that'd be an impossible throw, but the killer had the confidence to take a shot. And that's because the killer was the ultimate baseball star.
Indeed.
The crystal ball, thrown with absolute precision, hit the
What?
switch on the incinerator.
Why? Well, it's bad. Okay.
Which then quickly roared to life. Having destroyed the final piece of evidence, they left the area with, I imagine, a sigh of relief. But there was one thing they missed. Part of the shirt they'd thrown into the fire burnt away and fell out of the incinerator.
I'm gonna assume it's gonna have something to do with what happens to Leon since he is being found out.
The killer didn't notice this, and so left behind a piece of indisputable evidence. Isn't that right, Leon?
Okay. So yes, if anybody
It would
needs to
appear
duck
that
out
Hero
before this,
simply forgot his
feel
crystal
free.
ball in the laundry room.
No shame.
You went there to try and wash the blood out of your shirt, and that's where you saw it, right? Seeing the ball, you thought of a way to take care of everything.
So, Leon, do you object to anything that's been said?
Do I object? Hell yes, I object! Of course I do! I object! I object! I object! I mean, all of this is just a bunch of stupid theories! theories. You need evidence. Where's the evidence?
We posed all the evidence, dude.
Without evidence, it's all bullshit. It's bullshit, and I refuse to acknowledge it.
Well then, I guess this is as good a time as any to present the evidence that proves you did it. Makoto, I believe you're in possession of that evidence.
What's left? I have the evidence? Your first bullet time battle is about to begin. Would you like to hear more? Absolutely! Teach me, tutorial. Sometimes during class trial, your opponent simply won't want to hear what you have to say. When this happens, you'll engage them in a head-to-head battle. We like to oh no. We like to refer to this as the bullet time battle. Oh, during the bullet time battle, you want to destroy your opponent's statements in time with rhythm. Match your button presses with each tempo marker as they move across the screen and reach the center. Oh no. Press the right mouse button to lock onto an opponent's statement. Okay. Destroy the statement you've locked onto with the left mouse button as the tempo marker reaches the center. This might be easier with the mouse then. Hold on. Use this method to deal damage to your opponent. If you can't pull it off, you'll be the one in pain. Oh no. Okay, left, right, left, right. Do this consecutively and you'll start a combo. Keep this going and you'll initiate a tempo up. On the flip side, if you keep missing, you'll get into a tempo down situation. When the tempo changes, so does the timing for hitting each button. So watch out for that. A and B. Alright. We'll give it a shot. Deal enough damage to your opponent and their weak spot statement will appear. At that point, you can press the left mouse button to shoot it down with a truth bullet like any other statement. Refute their statement fast enough and you'll become out victorious. But just like before, if your influence gauge reaches 0 or you run out of time, you fail. Well then, good luck and have fun.
When the killer removed the screws from the doorknob, they didn't use anything from your room to do it. Instead, they must have used something that belonged to them.
Use something of their own to remove the screws. Could it have been?
I refuse to acknowledge you. You're stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid.
That's quite the argument there.
Stupid, 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 stupid.
I have to show indisputable evidence that Leon is the killer. I need to figure it out. Okay.
Where's your proof? You kidding me? Not a chance. It wasn't me.
Oh, are those?
Stupid. You lied.
Okay, hold on.
Shut up. Where's your proof?
Wait, now I'm confused.
You kidding me? Not a chance. Stupid.
A and B.
You lied. Shut up.
Ah!
Where's your proof?
I'm kind of confused on what I'm supposed to do. Lock on with rhythm and then shoot with rhythm?
Stupid. You lied. Stop
So
talking.
B then A.
Shut up. Where's your proof?
Oh. Okay. I think I get it now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Have we already come to the end of the debate? Well then, the class trial is officially adjourned. It's time to reveal who's the blackened. I may have messed this up. This is the worst part of the game. It would appear that the one with the most votes is Makoto, which means we all die. However, Makoto is not the blackened. Too bad. Looks like the real killer gets to graduate. Congratulations to them. On the other hand, everyone else must now be punished.
Is this really the end for all of us?
I want to redo. Yes.
I refuse to give up yet.
Okay. I think I understand it. And now. So like, Okay.
When the killer removed the screws from the... Instead, they must...
I refuse to acknowledge
Yeah.
stupid... Where's your proof? You kidding me? Not a chance. It wasn't me. Stupid. You lied. Stop talking. Shut up. Where's your proof?
Oops.
You kidding me? Not a chance. Stupid. You lied. Shut up. Where's your proof? You kidding me? Not a chance. It wasn't me. Stupid. You lied. Stop talking. Shut up. Where's your proof?
Oh no, wait, I am hitting A. Okay, B then A, right. Hold on, so I thought I understood, but I guess not. Hold on, let's listen to the tutorial again. Because I'm missing something then. Okay, once you get them and have the pink marker on them, then press the other button. Right, I got that. So, should be hitting the B button during the bar part, and then the A button on the circle? Okay, that's what it seems like. Okay. All right.
When the killer removed the screws from the door, instead...
I refuse to ignore... Stupid!
All right. Give this another shot. It's okay.
Where's your proof? You kidding me? Not a chance. It wasn't me. Stupid.
Okay.
You lied. Stop talking. Shut up. Where's your proof? You kidding me? Not a chance.
Nope.
You lied. Shut up. Where's your proof? You kidding me? Not a chance. It wasn't me. Stupid. You lied. Stop talking.
Ah.
Shut up. Where's your proof? You kidding me? Not a chance. You lied. Shut up. Shut up.
It's like more than one.
Stupid. Where's your proof? You kidding me? Not a chance. It wasn't me! Stupid! You lie! Stop talking! Shut up! Where's your proof? You kidding me? Not a chance! You lie! Where's your proof?
This should prove it.
Okay, well, we got through that.
The screws on the bathroom doorknob were removed.
I think I kind of understand it now, but that is
Wonder
kind
what
of a huge pain in the
tool
butt.
The killer used to remove that.
I mean, it had to be a screwdriver, right?
Focus lets you ignore the rhythm of the part of the minigame.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure the toolkits we got each had one inside.
And that must be what he used. There aren't any other tools in...
But the toolkit
Oops,
in my room
sorry, that was a
clearly
little
never
soon.
been used.
That's because the culprit didn't know it was your room. They thought they were in Sayaka's room.
Only the boys got toolkits, so the killer naturally assumed there wouldn't be one in there.
Okay, then whose toolkit did the killer use?
His own, probably.
Stupid, stupid, stupid!
It had to be their very own toolkit.
Stupid, 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 stupid!
Leon?
Leon, would you mind showing us your toolkit? If I'm right about this, then the screwdriver will show some evidence of being used.
Stupid, stupid, stupid!
Huh?
And if you say you used it for something else, you'll have to explain exactly when, where, and why.
And let me say this right now. I lost it isn't an excuse at this point.
Stupid. Stupid.
Yeah, Leon, you're pretty much done for.
So, you
Oh.
have no rebuttal?
Thank you for the follows, guys. I actually heard the alert for that. OJ18, thank you for the follow, and Socks the Sock, thank you also for the follow. I really appreciate that.
Then it would seem we are finished here.
Okay. Thank you, C. Yeah, apparently this is gonna be a little possibly triggering for some people, so please take care. I don't know. Woo! Coins.
Looks like you've reached your verdict. Then are we ready to cast our votes? You all have a lever in front of you. Use it to make your selection. Oh, just to remind you all, make triple sure you vote for someone. You wouldn't want to be punished for something so minor, right?
Poor Leon.
Okay, then let's get excited! Who will be chosen as the Blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Poor Leon. Uh-oh, looks like you got it right on the money. The Blackened in this case, the one that killed Sayaka, was none other than Leon Kawata.
Huh? Hey, hold on.
Leon, did you really kill Sayaka? I don't believe it.
You son of a bitch!
What the hell is wrong with you?
I didn't have a choice.
It was kill or be killed.
So that's why.
I killed her first.
None of you are any different.
One wrong step and you'd be the one standing here. It was complete chance that I wound up like this.
I was just. Unlucky.
That's...
all.
Oh, you said the whole thing, Leon. Good for you.
Hey, come on!
You expect me to just accept my death? Well, I guess you don't have a choice now. Everything's become clear. The decision we made was right after all. But when I think about that, honestly, I'd be better off if we'd been wrong. Because what if we came... Because if what we came up with really is the truth, then that truth is that Sayaka was trying to frame me. But even if that's true, I can't say she was wrong. Why not, Makoto? After all, the mastermind. It's all because of that video. Oh yeah. That video. Even I couldn't handle what I saw in there. If I was her, and the video actually had something to do with me, I can't even imagine. Alright. Not reading the flashbacks. The one thing that was more important to her than anything else, her dreams, her friends. Birdie, thank you for the follow. To have to see something like that happen to them. And Sayaka. Yep. Flashback. And that's why Sayaka, for the friends that meant so much for her, that's why she betrayed me. So, when she said... So many flashbacks.
Please.
She was lying to me from the very beginning. She was using me. Is that why she talked to me in the first place? I guess I'll never know. Because there's nothing I can do to ask her what she was thinking. Once you're dead, that's that. Boy, howdy, the entertainment industry must sure be terrifying, huh? I mean, to try to kill someone just because of those relationships. She seemed so nice and lovely on the outside, but inside she descended into pure madness. What did you say? I understand, I really do. Yup. You're in utter despair thanks to Sayaka's betrayal, right? Compassion, intimacy, love. The stronger those feelings, the stronger the despair when they collapse. I really do. I can't even tell you why, but I really do. Stop screwing with us! This is all your fault! Sayaka being forced to do something like that. All of it. Everything. It's all your fault. Suddenly, in a frenzy, I lunged at Monokuma. No! Don't attack Monokuma! We saw what happens. But...
That's enough.
Oh, thank you, Kyoko. As angry as I was, Kyoko latched onto my arm without hesitation. Her grip was like iron, strong enough to... I was sure it would leave a bruise.
Calm down.
If you really want to make her enemies pay for what they've done, you need to let it go for now. Damn it! That was a close one. I thought for sure you were going to give me a good walloping. Just barely avoided punishment, didn't you?
Yes, indeed.
Now then, since you so magnificently revealed the identity of the killer during the class trial, the blackened Leon Kawata will receive his punishment. Hello.
Punishment?
Did you forget about that, Leon?
You mean execution?
Wait a second!
I didn't have a choice. I had to kill her.
Yeah, that's it.
I was just protecting myself in the heat of the moment. It was self-defense.
Is that okay?
How exactly was that? Was it self-defense? When you forced your way into the bathroom, did you or did you not use your very own toolkit? After she shut herself in the bathroom, you went out of your way to head back to your own room. Then you came all the way back, broke into the bathroom, and killed her. Am I wrong?
Do you understand?
You had any number of chances to stop what you were doing, but you chose not to. Is it because you had an unclouded intent to commit murder?
So,
No, that's not... Stop it. I've had enough of this.
Oh.
Are you sure? You were closer to her than anyone, were you not? He killed your precious Sayaka. Do you understand? I can't say Leon is solely to blame. Of course, I don't plan on blaming Sayaka either. Because the one to blame is him. What? If it weren't for you, this never would have happened to Sayaka or Leon. We shouldn't be fighting each other. We should be fighting against the one who put us in this situation, the mastermind.
Unbelievable.
Oh, did you just awaken to your sense of justice?
Hey,
Well, it just so happens that there's nothing more unethical than an unwavering sense of justice. After all, it's people with that sort of mentality that perpetuate war all over the world. Is that the kind of justice that's awakened within you? Just shut up! Okay, well, anyway, more importantly, let's hurry up and get to what everyone's been waiting for! The punishment!
I'm begging you, please, don't do this.
I'm sorry, Leon!
hey, come on now.
No more begging, no more excuses. You must pay the penalty for breaking the rules. Society demands it.
Stop, please.
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment.
For Leon Kawata, the ultimate baseball star.
No, 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 no.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Alright, anybody who needs to possibly dip out, now would probably be the time. I have no idea what this is gonna be. Or how bad it's gonna be. You do love the graphics for it though? Alright, well, mods are warning people, so just take that into consideration. And here we go! Alright then. That was interesting. Pano, your puns. Stop. Oh, yay. Oh, okay. Alright, yeah. Gonna shoot him with baseballs. At high speed. Oh. Alright. Poor Leon. He was kinda cool. What we saw, that was the true face of despair. I mean, if we can't call it that, what else could we call it?
Extreme!
Woohoo! Extreme! Man, my adrenaline's pumping right out of control! Step out of memento. What? I'm not even gonna try to reproduce that sound. Yeah, I know, but it's still sad. What's going on?
I can't take it.
Yeah, that's pretty much what that says. Do we really have to keep doing this? I just can't take it.
Well?
If you don't like it. No, I didn't say it was because he was cool. It's just... It's a really bad way to go. All you gotta do is swear to cut ties with the outside world and accept living here forever. But that's only if every single one of you can get on board with that.
Damn you!
Man, why the fuck are you doing all this evil shit to us?
What the heck?
Evil? You make it sound like I'm some dark, awful secret society type guy.
Say what?
Or in this case, a dark, awful secret society type of bear. So why are you putting an upstanding citizen like me through such a grueling ordeal?
Hey,
It seems you're trying to use common sense to make sense of something that doesn't make sense. That's like trying to put a mile on a scale. I just don't think it's possible. I don't think what you're trying to say and what I'm saying quite fit each other. You piece of shit! I don't know who you are, but I'm gonna pound your ass into the ground. Mondo, how many times I gotta tell you? Language. It's a little excessive sometimes. Just a little. You get some leeway because of your situation, but just a little. You must really hate me to get so angry, huh? But if you do that, you're barking way up the wrong tree. See, I would love that. I'm not gonna lie. I would probably love that a lot. What happened, happened because more than one of you decided you wanted to get out, right? I.e., no matter how much time passes, you can't cut free of your regrets from the outside world. You're to blame. Of course we can't cut free from the outside world, being trapped in this insane place. You're trapped, are you? Well, I'm sure once you learn all the mysteries of this school, your thinking will change for sure. You'll think, boy, isn't it so wonderful how we all get to live here forever?
What does this mean?
What are you trying to say?
Hey,
I feel like there's some deeper meaning hidden in there. Just like before.
Kills! Chills! Kills!
Anyway, flashback.
hey,
When you say everyone, who exactly are you referring to? Sorry, I said everything I've got to say. I need to save some for the fun. I need to save some of the fun for later. Bye, Monokuma. And just like that, he was gone. He left us there, overwhelmed by a nightmare turned reality. Oof, guys, where did the time go? Even after he was gone, we stood there forever, unable to move. Actually, no, it wasn't that long, I think. Everyone just lost their sense of time. We were all too scared. Scared of being alone. Oh. No one even tried to speak. Their faces were stone, their voices dead. How would you know their voices were dead if nobody tried to speak? But it was in that moment.
Just a second.
Makoto, can I talk to you for a second? She moved in close and whispered into my ear.
Makoto.
Before we head back, there's something I want to talk to you about. It's about Sayaka, isn't it? I'm surprised you figured it out.
Listen.
I told you before the class trial started. You had to figure out the mystery of this case yourself. You wanted me to realize how Sayaka betrayed me by myself, didn't you? The thought never even crossed my mind. I feel like such a fool, becoming such an easy target like that.
It's true.
Sayaka meant to double-cross you. That's a fact that you can never change. But even till the very end, she wasn't sure of her decision. That's why, as she lay dying, she was thinking of you. She was thinking of me? See, are you deleting all the preach for you? And all your hard work? How dare you? You can't just say something like that. I mean, there's no way you can know that. Only Sayaka would know for sure, and we can't ask her now.
However,
even if you can't ask her, you can infer it, don't you think? Her final thought was how she could protect you. What?
So...
The fact that she used her last ounce of energy to leave her dying message proves it. If she didn't care what happened to you, she never would have left that message. Well, maybe she just wanted to get back at the person who had killed her.
Certainly.
That's certainly one possibility. But I don't think that's what it was. Sorry, see, I can't give you permission to delete their messages.
Anyway...
She was uncertain. She wasn't sure she could kill someone or deceive you, which is why her plan failed. Her hesitation attracted failure.
Right.
It's almost ironic when you think about it. Why are you telling me all this? Because you're the kind of person who can overcome this. Because you can move past the deaths of your friends, Sayaka and Leon, and keep moving forward.
Correct.
Without someone like that, the others would never be able to break free of such a desperate situation. Move past their deaths? I could never do that. No. I'm gonna carry them with me for the rest of my life. How could I possibly move past something like that? Leon, Sayaka, I'll carry them with me forever. I'll carry the memories with me wherever I go. So instead of forgetting them, you're choosing the hard road. Well, I have high expectations for you. As she said that, she revealed the smallest smile.
Hey.
By the way, I have to admit, I'm curious. How did you know I wanted to talk to you about Sayaka? Oh, well... I'm psychic.
What?
Huh? Oh, kidding. I just have pretty good intuition. Oh, Makoto. You poor, poor bean. Well, that was that. The end of chapter 1. Ouch. We lost 3 people in that chapter. Ooh, despair bat. Oh, no, Leon. Do you want to save data? The answer may surprise you. No, I'm just kidding. Alright, we're going to save. And we're going to end stream. because it has been over 5 hours, guys. Ooh? For what's ooh? Is that for the bat? Alright, let's come back here. Let's come here for a minute. Aww. See? You're a mod. You're just gonna have to accept the preach sometimes. Alright. Well, that was the first chapter for Danganronpa. I really don't know why she chose Leon, though. Oh, I don't know. The only thing I could think of is that he wanted to be a singer. He wanted to be in the music business. And she may have thought it was a threat? I don't know. That's the only thing I think of. But anyway, guys, I've been enjoying this game a lot. The class trial was definitely kind of interesting. It was an interesting way to present that kind of idea. I don't like the rhythm game at all. But hopefully we'll get the hang of that. And yes, I might enjoy doing Monokuma's voice a little too much. Alright, so for all our new people, there is a Discord. If you like the vibes here, we do have a Discord. If a mod could put that in chat really quick. We have lots of channels. See? Stop abusing your powers. There it is. There's our Discord. We've got channels for a lot of different things. We have our own like creativity corner. So like if you're a creative person, you do art, writing, videos, photography, any sort of crafting. We've got channels for each one of those. We've got a bunch of chatting channels. So feel free, join the Discord if you'd like. Deleting spam. But it's spam that I encouraged, and so it's kind of not against the rules. I believe there's that clause there in the rule, and rule 2, I believe. Let's see. Tomorrow is Friday, so tomorrow we have a writing session. So if anybody's interested in that, that'll be tomorrow from 6 to 8. And then Saturday is a day off. Yeah, Tuesdays and Saturdays. And then Sunday will be our D&D campaign, which should be back to our normal campaign. So those are just things to look forward to. But anyway, I gotta find someone to raid really quick. Let me do that while we sit and chat. Oh, let's see. Ooh, Beaconsdale is playing Undertale. Let's give Becca a raid. That's fair. Alright, raid Beck. I gotta spell it right. Alright. So guys, thank you so much for coming, for bits, for the follows, to Lav for the raid if Lav is still around lurking. Thank you guys for just spending some time here and hanging out with me. I really love this game so far, so we're gonna play some more of it. But until I see you guys tomorrow or whenever I see you guys next, I hope you guys have a wonderful day, night, evening, whatever. I appreciate you guys so much, and I'll see you guys next time. You enjoy watching? I appreciate that. I'm glad. But bye everybody.